Oh, well, oh, well, apparently we're not muted. Let's fix that. Is that better? Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live. If you happen to believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. That is what we're here to do. And if you don't, well, make sure you tap the screen and share the live out to somebody who might be able to question their beliefs. I know there's something missing. It's the music. I'm late, so that's already points against me. And then I didn't charge the device that plays the music, so more points against me. Well, hello everybody in chat. Welcome in, Hammy. Hello, Danny. Also, Marie, Adam Smith. Good to see y'all. Mo Sunshine and Lee J. Welcome in. Persephone and Scotty. Welcome, welcome. And Linda Luna, Trackdale. Good to see you as always. And Rose, welcome in. If I didn't say your name yet, sorry I didn't see you on that list, but it is good to see you all here. And if you do happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well then go ahead and request on up. I'll be taking guests very soon. Lee J says, abandon all of this and start reading books, live bro, for real, for real. What makes you think I don't read books? What makes you think I've never read books or don't enjoy reading books? How do you know that during this live, I won't read a book? You don't? Oh, are you telling me to abandon this and start reading books live? I get you. Well, maybe one day. I read poems. We read a poem every day. I do see a couple of you in queue, and I will bring one of you up here in just a moment. There's just something missing, and it feels wrong to get started without it. I have the music device working. It just won't connect. Here, I'll go ahead and bring up our first guest. Oh, well. Didn't request. That's unfortunate. Let's see, I think. There it is. Hello, to tell the truth. Welcome in. Welcome in, Majora. Good to see you. Welcome in, Amoria. And welcome in. Welcome to you. I think we're about ready. So I'll go ahead and bring up our questions. Same questions we always have. Well, I mean, first off, we need to know if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, well, then I might want to know, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? If you can answer those questions, if you can question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue or debate. This isn't a place for shouting and answer those dissing, name calling. I'm not into any of that. Linda says it's very loud. Back the music. I mean, back it down like that. Loud. Or am I very loud? I should back off the music. So we can do that. We can do that. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's better. Welcome in. Welcome in 3 pips. And welcome in 3 pips. And Mo Sunshine. Hello, Ozzy. Welcome in. We're up to 7,000 likes. You guys are amazing. I've just been putzing around trying to get everything working right. Thank you, Danny. I do see a few familiar faces in queue, but I do like to start the last 7 if we can. So you guys stick around. I will bring you up here in just a moment. Interesting. He wanted to join. As soon as he joined, he ran away. Perhaps he was too impatient. Perhaps it wasn't fast enough for him to get his trolling out. I don't know. Either way, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, go ahead and hit that box below mine. Shame you or shout at you. I'm not going to tear you apart. I do just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what is that belief? And why do you hold to it at all? Why believe it? Let's start off, I guess, with a familiar face if he's still there. Oh, when even the friendlies aren't patient. Boab Rob says, I question your beliefs, or you can't join, can't request up. Seems to be working. Let's double check this way. Well, hello, Legion. Not a, not. I do see you, Hemi. I do see you, Hemi. I'm going to bring you up shortly. I was just hoping we'd have somebody to interview, somebody to question, somebody with a belief who's capable of questioning their beliefs.
Hello!
Hello, Ciderwire. Can I get your age? Somebody to question TOS.
I'm 34.
And do you have a
I don't think so. I was raised Catholic. Catholic, but I don't think I believe in a higher power.
You were raised Catholic, but you don't think you believe?
Well, I mean, like, my parents were very, like, casual Catholic, and, like, they're Catholic, donating money, not showing up for church.
I see. And for you, did you just never believe in the God they presented, or did something?
There was a weird point when I was in elementary school where I think it's like this might be a common thing that people go through when they're in school, where like religious people show up and share. A common thing that people go through when they're in school, where like religious people show up and share. And convincing clicked for me. I think if there is a God, then what the fuck's going on?
Not to get too personal, but did you grow up in the South?
But I grew up in Alberta, though. So Alberta is
South Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
I see.
It's like the Texas of Canada.
Right. I don't know that that's a common experience, at least in the United States. I don't know. In the United States, I don't know. Think it is. But I know it did happen to me, and it happened to my son. Religious people showed up in a public school.
Like it's just like it seems like Christians, especially, always complain about other religions trying to indoctrinate when it's them who are Christians and Catholics doing most of the hard work, the footwork.
So they showed up at your school when you were young, and they didn't convince you.
They came close, I think. Like the sense of community, the like promises of just like you know, the belonging to a group. It's very convincing until you actually read the text.
Have you read the text?
I have. I actually really enjoy the Bible as a work of fiction.
Quite a fantasy world they built.
I think it's very violent.
It is that. That's true. That's a thing it is. Well, let me ask it this way. You don't think you believe, right?
Well, that's the thing. I don't believe in anything official, I guess.
I see.
I'm curious about the possibility of what happens after death because of like studies that have been done on like there's like a specific study about it was done to respond to a certain stimulus, and then during what is it called? It's when they go into the cocoon, they completely their bodies dissolve and they're reborn. They come out as a butterfly, like not reborn, but like their bodies essentially dissolve. But these butterflies retained the memories from the memories.
So something about the metamorphosis of butterflies.
There's like
Metamorphosis of butterflies
there's like, yeah, there's
Makes you think of afterlife.
yeah, like, and like a not a higher, there's, I don't believe in a higher power, but I do believe in the potential of a collective consciousness, if that makes sense.
It might. I've got a couple questions, but first, I do need to make sure that I thank Danny Grax, Base got Slippy, and 3 pips for our previous goal. Slippy and 3 pips for our previous goal. Before I lose that list, thank you guys so much. Collective consciousness. Do you think?
I think it's
Do you think that
interesting
there is consciousness?
that like or I don't know. I have no way to prove it. I think that like or I don't know. I have no way to prove it. I think it's worth exploring. Me personally, I think that when I die, I'm dead. And I take comfort in that. But I do think it like that one, like those small instances where it's been proven that there is some I do, and the active, like, instinctual consciousness is worth exploring, but I don't want to build a religion around it because religion is small.
Do you think the consciousness, like our consciousness or something like that, is transferred, communicated? What is it that would make it collective?
Again, I don't believe that it actually is. I just think that it's worth exploring. I think
Like you,
I don't believe that it actually is. I just think that it's worth exploring. It's animals do when they're born. Why do they do those things? How is that passed on? Like instinctual things that humans do when they're born. How is that passed on? Like what? Like where does it come from?
Could it be evolutionary traits?
I think it is.
Like memory.
I think it is. I just think that it's worth like expanding on because obviously, like, or not obviously. I'm not.
Could it be?
I think it like we're not auto. Not the most intelligent person in the world.
The name.
But oh shit, yeah. It works out. But no, I've always been fascinated by that the larval stage of the butterfly.
That is an interesting example to use.
And retaining the memories after it had gone through complete restructuring of its body. It still retains the memory. So when does memory still retains the memory. So when does memory stop?
Well, the question I think would be if the brain or the whatever nervous system of the creatures is the same from beginning to end, then why would we need to think that there's something outside of the physical staying? Couldn't it just be what? Then why would we need to think that there's something outside of the physical staying? Couldn't it just be what?
Larval stage, and the entire structure of its body, including the entire like it's nothing, it's goo. Like inside of it, it's just like it's nothing, and then it comes out. It emerges a butterfly.
You say it's nothing, it's goo. I don't know the entire process myself because it's been
I don't know either.
Years. But
it emerges
myself because it's been
I don't know either.
Years. But I would wonder if there isn't some structure that remains within myself. That
I find that way more like I find
in the
exploring
description that. Though. I wonder if the magic sound is hidden in the way it's described. If there's some way if there's some way that might be better described or studied to see what actually is happening.
Sometimes I feel like I wish that a scientist would hold my hand and gently explain it to me. Because because I want to
Every once in
understand.
a while. Every once in a while, we get a scientist through here who will do exactly that. But
Do you?
yeah, but
Do you ever get like any? You have a very soothing voice. Do you ever get very argumentative people who try to like yell
most
at
of the
you
time.
most of the time? I find it funny to imagine someone screaming at you and you're just responding with your like soothing tone. Do you ever get the soothing tone?
That's what I prefer to respond with. But
Yeah, match people's energy. It's not that hard.
well,
Yeah.
tighter, matching the energy and
Yeah.
giving us something to
I
question.
am gonna hop and see what else is going on online, but if I bump into this live again, I'll pop in and watch.
Asking questions. Take care, Cider.
You take care too.
That was a pleasant conversation to start the live off with. We could have gone any number of directions, and I'm glad we went that way with butterfly goo. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not looking to prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is that belief? Why do you believe it? Meanwhile, I'm just going to sit here and sip my blueberry coffee and see who actually shows up. By sharing the live, adding to your story, or hitting the repost button if you got those available. Definitely do that. And yes, blueberry coffee. I'm excited. It's delicious. Hello, Kay. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I have a belief in a creator. Yes.
A creator. Is it a specific creator?
I don't give it a name. It's just the creator of all things. I don't like using the word God because it's so overused. And I don't have a specific name. So
What did this creator create? What did this creator create?
everything. Existence. That's my belief.
Everything in existence.
Well, yeah.
And the creator you existence.
Well, yeah.
It's the Christian God or the Muslim God.
No.
You believe in Jesus or Vishnu or any of those characters?
Well, were they really historical characters, or were they put in a book for us to believe they were historical characters?
I see.
Really historical.
I see. So do you believe in anything like spirits or angels, demons, believe
Of things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I see things.
So you see things, you have visions, and you believe that there's a creator of all.
I do, but I don't think what people think God, what they would view God, any actual clue what it is. From my personal understanding, and that's only
Do you
my
feel
personal
like you have any
understanding
clue?
of what. Yeah,
What do you,
I do.
the
Yeah,
thing you don't
understand.
the
Yeah.
thing you don't call God.
Yes.
What do you think it is?
I was gonna buy me some love. Um, it's a power source, and it keeps record of all of creation and all of the things in creation. And the reason it's everywhere all the time is because everything that's alive or in this reality has a part of that power. The thing that's alive or it's in everything. That's my belief. I'm not asking anyone else to believe it.
You believe
Else to believe it.
you believe that there's a power source responsible for sourcing all of the power that
Well,
exists.
a star is a source of power. So yeah, kind of like an enormous source of power.
What do you mean by power?
I'm not talking about like powers. I'm talking about like the breath of life, what animates your avatar, the spark.
The breath of life, the spark.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I mean, I know what you
Well,
mean.
I mean,
What would you?
the way I would look at it is like they call it the God.
I mean,
They call it the God particle. If you look at what CERN was supposedly created for, it was to find the spark where
which
spreading particles. So they called it the Higgs boson theory or the boson Higgs theory. I can't remember. The boson theory or the boson Higgs theory. I can't remember. There it is. I say it backwards almost every time.
boson. Mhm.
But I guess it would be the time and place in which something becomes animated would be my kind of the way I think about it.
It animates it.
Oh yeah.
And so you think that whatever that whatever it is that animates any given life form is what initiated all of existence. You think it's the same thing?
Yeah.
Do you think that thing is intelligent or has a mind?
Yes, of course. But not a mind like what we would. Not a mind like what we would. It's not a. It's a higher
Intention.
intelligence, obviously, that has the
Well, you say
ability.
obviously.
Well, it has the ability to think and plan and choreograph.
You say it has the. You say it has that ability. What gives you that idea?
Well, from my personal experience, but that's like I said, that's a personal experience. But that's like I said, that's a perspective and perception from my own experiences.
Mm-hmm. So, in your personal experience, there's a thing that started all of existence,
Well, the
gives life its
universe.
spark, and has shown you signs.
Basically, the universe is the creator and is the creation at the same time. And the universe speaks to you, and part of you reaching back to another part of you. That's why I believe each walk is personal.
You say the universe is the creator and the creation at the same time.
Yeah.
You imply that it has an intelligence. You imply that it shows intentionality and planning.
Well,
and I'm curious, what is it that indicates to you that there's any intentionality or planning to our existence?
Well, because it's not spontaneous. Everything, if you actually look back at your life, when I look back at my life, I won't say you, there's always been breadcrumbs to follow. I can look back in hindsight and see things that I didn't see with the knowledge I didn't have then that I have now. And now those things make sense.
You said there's always breadcrumbs to follow. I'm not sure what
I
that
said in my
means.
personal experience,
Mm-hmm.
we leave ourselves breadcrumbs.
Mm-hmm.
So things that happened when I was younger, they didn't make a whole lot of sense, or you didn't place any gravity on certain experiences because you considered it random. But at some point, things are no longer random when it's in your face and it's so obvious that you know it isn't random.
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean
That's
by
okay.
random or by things being in your face.
Synchronicities.
So I'm actually thinking, Kay. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it is, but each time I begin talking and I'm forming a question, you decide to cut me off.
I'm
So
so
I'm
sorry.
wondering, is there something about questioning this that it bothers you?
No, it's a thing. I'm anticipatory of the actual question, and it's habit.
Hmm.
It's what I'm actually working on. So I apologize.
So if I can clarify so far, it sounds like you believe that there's some intentional mind-based creator that intended for all of existence and did it a certain way, and that it interacts with or in some way gives you clues of its existence, signs of some kind throughout your life through these um, things seeming less random as you get older. Is that accurate?
More or less.
Do you think that the things that you've experienced, do you think that it, 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 it is interacting with you? Is it possible those things are not interactions from some higher being, but you looking for patterns and finding them?
Well, you don't look for patterns and find them generally. That's not something I do consciously. While
Right.
I do see patterns
Hmm.
in reality, it's not something that I've ever consciously done.
Hmm.
So it's not that I searched out to find, it's that I notice things other people don't.
I,
So I notice patterns that most people
you notice patterns that other people don't notice. Do you
know.
know what pareidolia is? Or apophenia?
Well,
Just,
apathenia sounds like it comes from the word apathetic.
no.
Okay, so no, I have no clue. Please give me those.
So there are different mechanisms by which our brains look for and find patterns, whether the patterns are there or not.
That could be possible, but also it could be possible that some people are just really adept at reading body language, micro expressions, and they do all this subconsciously based on trauma responses. It's a learned form of pattern recognition.
Right.
So
Exactly.
basically, I profile people, but
Mhm,
I was unaware that I actually did this. But
mhm.
when you actually break down the way that I break down to understand how their mind works, I'm literally profiling people.
And is that
Literally profiling people.
and is that? Do you think it's possible you're using the same universe trying to profile it?
No,
And oh, I see.
I don't.
You don't think that you try to impose?
I allow allow surrender in order to. You can never really control anything.
I feel like we're getting into looser and looser metaphoric language, and I'm still trying to understand why you assume there's anything that created everything, any one mind.
Because everything comes from something.
How did you determine that?
Well, that's the reality, our reality.
You say it's our reality. How can
Well,
you
we have
test it and
children. The
verify it?
children come
I'm
from
sorry, that
adults.
it's happening again. And Kay, I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to
Okay,
someone who
that's
can
fine.
control themselves, because I'd rather talk to somebody who's not going to interrupt. Somebody who's not going to interrupt ever. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, capable of letting me finish my questions, go ahead and request on up. I think we could have a pleasant conversation if you can do that. Not that Kate wasn't giving us a pleasant conversation, and I just don't find the interrupting very pleasant. Once or twice is fine, but every single time. Hello, Big Blue. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes. I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Just something. Nothing specific.
Just something. What do you mean by something?
Yeah. I grew up very Catholic and have grown to a spiritual essence.
What does that mean, spiritual essence?
I truly believe something is here communicating with me.
Communicating with you?
Yeah.
With just you or everybody?
I think both. I have both.
With you. In what way is it communicating with you?
I can see visions and things when I do therapy in certain ways, ketamine therapy.
You're saying that when you use, your mind is altered?
Yeah.
Then why would you assume that means something outside of your mind is doing anything?
And I think it's just the veil is less of a thing.
What veil?
The veil between the now and the here, I guess.
Between the now and the what?
The here, I guess. Yeah, no worries. The here, I guess. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that.
But just to thank Marie, Philly, also Looney Bats, Linda, Squiggles, and 3 Pips. I appreciate all of you. Philly, 3 Pips. So the here and the now, something's helping to communicate between you and all of that. Why do you think that when you're using a mind-altering substance? Could it not just be your mind is altered in those states?
I think it's both. I wear like a head mask and I see visions and I feel spirits.
You say you see visions, spirits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not hearing how any of that couldn't just be a part of your mind doing what minds do, especially when they're on substances.
Yeah, I think it is. I think I'm very tightly wound sometimes. So, yeah, on these substances, my mind is the way my mind can be all the time, interpreting and intercepting these things. Does that make sense?
I'm gonna be honest, Big Blue. It sounds like you are in denial that when you are on a mind-altering substance, your mind can be altered in a way that is not supernatural.
What do you mean by that?
You're expressing that when you are on these substances, you are able to communicate and interact with things outside of your mind that you feel you should be able to otherwise. And I'm not hearing how you can't consider the possibility that nothing is happening outside of your mind, that it is all an active mind being altered by chemicals, doing what altered minds do, which is imagine things.
Okay.
So why do you not question that possibility?
I mean, I do. I guess in those states, I am with someone else. So maybe I am not opening up as much as I could be alone.
You're saying in those states you're with somebody, so you're not opening up as much as you could be alone, meaning you're not being as receptive to the things outside. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. And I'm
That's exactly what I meant. I don't hear you questioning this belief at all. I hear you digging deeper, sinking your toes in, and anchoring yourself firmly in the dogmatic understanding that you have some special gift to connect with a greater mind outside of yours while you're on these chemicals, instead of considering the possibility that a chemically altered mind is altered and might just do things that are creative. Like imagine connections to a greater vast beyond. I'm not saying that you're not actually having some psychic connection, though I don't see how you've verified it. It sounds to me like you can't even question it.
right. Yeah. This has been really helpful.
I hope it has, Big Blue. I hope you the alternatives. But I appreciate you stopping by. And I don't want you to feel like I'm just badgering you. So I'll go ahead and set you down and we'll move on to the next guest. Okay, I'm not quite sure who is next here. We've got a line forming. Let's go ahead and bring up Hello, Channy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in God.
Which god is that?
Well, I'm Seventh-day Adventist. I'm still learning and growing. So, yeah.
How long have you been Seventh-day Adventist?
Since I was pretty much, I'd say, 5 years old. Religious parents.
Mm-hmm. And you still consider yourself Seventh-day Adventist?
Absolutely. When the last I'm not sure. I think their name was Blue or something. They were talking about
I
seeing.
don't need to, yeah, we don't need to discuss too much the previous guests. Kind of gets muddied, and I prefer not to make someone feel like they're being talked about. So, Channy, you read this in the Bible, all of those things.
Yes.
Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I'm slowly reading the Bible.
Do you believe the stories you have read to be true and literal?
Yes. I do, actually, yeah. Some stories I do question. I'm still learning and growing, but they're interesting.
Do you believe the earth was created in 6 days, as written?
I do, yeah.
And that Adam and Eve were the first humans in a garden?
Yes.
Why?
I just believe it. You know, something to believe in, right?
I don't know. Do you prefer to believe in things that are true, or just anything that feels comfortable?
A bit of both. Because I'm still questioning a lot of things, because I'm still learning and growing. I sometimes have dreams and they feel so vivid and real, and seeing spirits, hearing spirits.
Are you questioning the belief from like within or outside of the belief itself?
Probably within. I mean, there are times when I really question a lot.
Have you ever questioned the belief itself as far as like, is it true?
Sometimes when I talk to other people in church.
And what about, have you ever questioned that if a God did exist or not?
Maybe.
Channy, I had a question, and then my mind just completely wiped it away as soon as I said your name.
Oh my gosh,
It was there. It was there, and then it went.
That's okay.
Channy, I had asked you if you believed in a few specific things. You say you've begun reading the Bible. You haven't finished reading it.
Yeah.
Are there... If you were to come across while reading it certain contradictions or errors within it, would you still believe that the book is true with errors and contradictions?
Personally, I'd probably pray about it. If it were to be so, because I don't know. I feel like prayer does help a lot.
You say prayer helps, but I'm more curious to know how, well, I guess how would prayer help if you're finding errors within the book that tells you about the God that you would then be praying to? It kind of feels like a cycle, right?
Yeah.
Like if there's problems with the book that teaches you about the God, and you pray to the God from the book about the errors in the book, doesn't that kind of imply you're going to believe it anyways because you've decided to?
Yeah. I know that sounds crazy, but I feel like when you pray to God in his own time, he will give you the answers, but it does come on his time, not of your own. So it's a lot of like waiting and patience, because when I was 15 years old, I would always pray about waking up to a career I enjoy, getting up to each and every day. And eventually that prayer was answered, because I'm 30 years old now and I'm working in the healthcare field. So I'm pretty happy getting up each and every day, helping others. So
you prayed for a career you like and to have a comfortable life, and you've got a career you like, and you have the God is real and it answered your prayers? Or could that not be your own motivation that got
absolutely, because honestly,
absolutely what?
I do believe that he answered my prayers, because all my life growing up,
Does he answer everybody's prayers or just yours?
I feel like he answers everybody's prayers, but in his own time.
Is a prayer like a wish fountain?
I wouldn't really say wish fountain, but
Isn't that what you did, though? You wished for a certain career and a certain life, and now you have it.
I didn't really wish for it. I prayed for it. But I know it sounds like a wish.
Can you tell me what the difference between a prayer and a wish is in the way you use them?
For me, I feel like as a child, like, when back in the day you go to the mall and you see like a fountain and they tell you to throw a penny or a coin in there, that would be like a wish.
Right.
But like,
you throw a penny in hoping for something that you want, right?
exactly.
Like in Go Fish.
And then for prayer, it's like that's a conversation between you and a higher power, upper power.
I thought you said you prayed for a comfortable life and a career you would enjoy.
I did.
And you got the career you enjoy and the comfortable life.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that kind of like wishing?
And isn't a wish just a conversation between you and the well?
The well.
I mean, it does. It sounds... I'm not hearing by asking him for what you want and having a conversation with a wishing well. Let me ask you a different question, Channy. Does it matter to you if your beliefs are true or not?
Does it matter to me? Yeah. It does.
So to you, it matters to find out if God is real or not.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you go about finding out if God is real?
It's everywhere. It's in the air, the wind, the trees, the water.
So you don't have a way to go about finding out. You just jump to the assumption that it is everywhere.
Well, yeah.
Why?
Well, remember we started off with, well, you started off with, if I believe the earth was made in 7 days, right?
I did ask that question. I asked 6, but because he rests on the 7th, right?
Yes. Sorry. Pretty much, yeah. So, for me, that's why I'm like, I see it in the sky, the air, the water, nature.
I'm sorry, you see it. Are you saying you see it, or do you assume it because the book says so?
No, like,
What are you seeing in the air, in the sky, in the water, in nature?
everything that was created by God. That's
How
what
do
I
you
mean.
know it was created by God? I just asked you a minute ago. So I had asked, is it because it says so in the book? And so it is because it says so in the book.
Sorry.
So you
I'm a little...
You believe everything you're looking at is created by God because a book told you so. Why would you believe that book?
Why would I believe the book? Because I know this probably sounds cheesy. One of my Christian friends told me this. He calls his Bible basic instructions before leaving Earth. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that tells me why you would believe it. I could find a book that's actually titled Basic Instructions Before Leaving Earth, giving you totally different advice, and I don't know that I would believe it just because the title says something.
Book that says that the Earth was actually made in 20 days. How will we know if my book or your book is the true? Is like true?
honestly, I feel like there's still a lot to figure out, but in one of the stories, I know this is probably gonna be like, I'm gonna try and stay on the topic, but one of the stories was, I think, David and Goliath. I'm not too sure. But they have proof of giants actually existing. I tried to do a little bit of research, but they did mention they had the skeletal bones in a museum.
You're talking about the Smithsonian, and
Yeah.
those. Have you actually done any looking into that claim at all?
I did a little bit, but not enough. So I'm still gonna try and like.
I would recommend you seeing what the Smithsonian says about those bones. I would highly recommend that. But that doesn't answer, like, so I have a book that says that the Earth was created in 20 days. You have a book that says it was created in 6 and God rested on the 7th. How do we know which one is telling the truth?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm so sorry. I'm a little tired from my
Absolutely.
last shift.
Yeah, no, not a problem. I said that you have a book that says that the 7th was rested upon. I have a book that says that the Earth was created in 20 days. How do we go about figuring out which one of our books is telling the truth, if any of them are telling the truth?
I also have a book that says the universe was created in 14 billion years.
Oh,
I
so
still
now we have,
don't.
I've seen that book.
now we have 3 books that say each different time frame. So how would we go about figuring out which one of those is telling the truth?
We would probably have to go way back and do a whole lot of more research. I mean, to like scrolls maybe and further than that.
Do
So
you
we'd
think
have
that
to get a little bit more than saying, well, my book says it. In other words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
do you
What
think
were
that
you
the
about to
people
say, Ralph?
who how long it took for the universe to be created? Like, do you think that the 6 days was the primary focus of that story?
Sorry, I'm getting lost in some of the comments.
I
You
would
do
suggest
best.
not reading the
You do
comments.
best to just not read them for the most part. It'll make it harder for you to focus on the conversation.
Mm.
Not that our commenters aren't amazing people. We appreciate all of you guys.
We really do.
Sometimes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
do you think that there are any like do you think that the authors of the Bible were really concerned as to how long it took to create the universe, or do you think that there might be like a reason why they wrote the text the way that they wrote it? And what might that reason be?
Well, I was reading a story about Moses, how he wrote, what was it? The laws, right?
Uh-huh.
And I feel like that would be the reason why, because God spoke to Moses on that mountain and he gave him instructions on what to write. And
Sorry, did you say you have or have not read the Bible?
no, I have, but I'm
No,
still learning, I'm still reading it.
to clarify, Jenny, have you read all of it? The whole Bible?
Not
Can I ask you, when somebody says, "Have you read a book?" and then you've only read part of it, do you say that you've read the book, or do you say that you've read part of the book?
I read part of the book. So I'm
Okay.
still learning and growing. I'm still reading it, but I haven't fully completely read the whole book.
So what sections have you read?
The starting, Noah's Ark, just bits and pieces of the Bible, because when I do go to church, sometimes they're reading scriptures from different parts of the Bible, and then when I go home, I do try and continue from there, but it's a bit weird because it's like you're reading the first chapter and then you skip to chapter 5 and then you skip to chapter 7 or chapter 20. So it's pretty much all over the place, but I'm still reading it. But
I'm curious, Jenny, why would you not start at the beginning and read it in order?
honestly, I feel like I don't know, to be honest. I should definitely read it from start to end, but
I don't know is a great answer. Real quick, I'm going to talk past everybody. Make sure that I remind everybody to tap the screen share the live if you haven't already. Hit that repost button. Thank you guys for getting us up to 20,000 likes. Y'all are amazing. Rav, I think it sounded like you had a question, Bruin.
Yeah, I guess I'm just okay. So I guess I'm curious, like what parts you have read, like in total.
so I've read Noah's Ark, the beginning of how the earth was created, David and Goliath, the birth of Jesus Christ.
Would you say that you've mainly read like kind of the stories that like the Sunday school stories?
I guess so. I mean, when you're in church, they kind of mix it up, right? They change the topics and they switch it up. So
They curate it. They pick and choose what to teach you.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Are you saying that like if like would you consider it you having read it if like somebody tells you the story from the pulpit?
Well, I'd have to pretty much go back and read it myself, but like a
Wait,
lesson. But
I suppose that's what I'm asking. Like,
yeah, it's almost like cherry pick.
Hmm.
uh um, well, I guess do you plan on reading it? Like, do you plan on like I guess if you haven't read it, what is your Christianity based on?
Just faith and belief.
Belief in what?
Pretty much pray that you'll. I know this sounds like probably ignorant or selfish, but I probably shouldn't say it. I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, I guess like the question still stands though. Like, you're saying that your faith is based on belief. Your Christianity is based on belief, but um, presumably that belief. Well, again, I don't want to presume. Like belief in what?
Believe that there is a God and that if you pray and you keep praying and you just believe, you will get what you want. It just comes in God's timing, not of your own.
Sounds like something someone would say to pacify someone who's not going to get what they want. Or might.
Oh, don't say that.
Channy, I'm curious. I asked you earlier if you came across contradictions in the text, what you would do about that. You said you would pray.
Yes.
Do you mind if I give you something to pray on?
Okay.
Did everything created in that order. You said you've read Genesis, right? At least that part, the creation.
Mm.
Did you read the Adam and Eve story as well that followed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice the difference in the order of creation between one book or one chapter and the next?
How he made Adam from the ground and Eve from his ribs, or
That's not what I mean, but in one book.
ribs, or
That's not what I mean, but he makes both of them, man and woman, in his image on the sixth day, right?
yes.
Okay. And he makes some of the animals before that, and the plants come before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if it's plants, animals, man and woman in the first chapter, then why does it start with before there were plants? He makes a man in the second chapter.
Maybe because that's what he wanted to do, right? I mean, God could do anything.
So he can make plants before plants before people, and then people before plants at the same time.
I guess you have to ask her if she thinks that it's one creation story or two.
She thinks it's one. Seventh-day Adventist.
Ah. Are you really a Seventh-day Adventist?
Yes. But
I
like
know,
I said
Rav, there's a
before, I'm
lot more
still learning
questions
and
there
I'm
than.
still. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's just saying there's more questions than we're asking, but that's kind of because you said that you're still learning, you're still studying, you don't know. And so I'm curious about this. If you were to read through and see that one order of creation is given in chapter 1, and then chapter 2, around 2:5, it says there's no plants in the ground because he hasn't made it rain, and there's no humans. So he makes water and humans, and then makes plants, and then makes animals, and then makes a woman. If that's the order given, then how do you reconcile the obvious difference? As we hear Rav roll around and make every kind
Sorry,
of noise in the
I'm putting
world.
my jacket on. I apologize.
Sorry, my phone's at 5%.
Uh-oh. Well, Jenny, it sounds like we might be coming to the end of our conversation quickly then. Make sure you charge your phone. But
Yes, thank you.
But if this is your going, remember to look into the Smithsonian and what the Smithsonian says about those giant bones.
Okay.
you might look into that, Jenny. Yep, and I hope you do come back by again and we get to ask you more questions.
I can't wait.
But I'll let you go so you can charge your phone. Appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Sorry, Rav, I had to mute you. It was getting extremely loud. It sounded like...
Sorry.
I don't even want to say. It was like we were in a plastic bag. Let's see who else is next, who's been waiting the longest. Hello, Shotting Star.
You are the first one that's actually said my name right.
Well, there's
Everybody
only
else
one
gets
out
it
there.
wrong.
I know
Sorry.
we've spoken before, but I think it's been possibly half a year or more. So I'm going to ask you the questions like you knew. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
See, I was raised in a non-religious home. I then found the Church of Latter-day Saints, and now I literally am questioning that and more leaning towards pagan. So, there's so many questions that I have myself about everything because things just kind of, so questionable. Like you're saying, like this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. Like there's just so many things that don't make sense.
To be clear, I'm at least hopefully I haven't said anything's wrong. But I
No.
mean,
No, but
so,
you're pointing like,
yeah.
okay, so when you're saying like in the Garden of, no, not the, shoot,
Just in the
with
beginning,
Adam
the
and Eve.
creation. Yeah.
Yes, Adam and Eve, and the plants. That's a contradiction, like exactly. And someone in the comments was saying, on the first day he separated the light and the darkness, but it was on the fourth day that he created the moon and the sun, right? Like that blew my mind because I didn't even think of that. It's like, oh my gosh, what the hell? Because I didn't even think of that till now.
Wait till you find out that there was Earth before the creation.
Right.
Yeah, it just, it's like, wow, the little things that you don't pick up the first time you read something, and then you read it later on. It's like, oh my gosh, how did I miss that?
You say you're questioning LDS and leaning
Yes.
towards paganism. Now,
Hmm.
I don't remember discussing LDS with you in the past. I do remember you having a kind of spiritualism.
Yes.
Is that where your paganism is now? Is that
Hmm.
kind of spirituality?
Yes.
Do you believe in deities, gods, or higher powers?
There's obviously something out there, but I don't know what it is.
When you say obviously something, what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory. You know what I mean? Like, it just my
Why
dad
not?
my dad believes that, but something had, like, everything had to come from something. You, we just didn't, like, the Big Bang Theory, something had to create that.
What?
Even
Why
if,
do you assume that something had to create it, or that everything had to come from something? Could things not have always existed?
well, something had to create that. That's my thought process. Something had to create it all. Like, that's just
Why do
my
you assume that?
belief. Um, because I just don't think that things showed up out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, that's my thought process on it.
Right. So you're saying it's either things show up out of nowhere or something created it. So
Hmm.
you see that as your only two options
Yeah.
and lean towards something created it. I'm
Mhm.
curious why you make that assumption that those are your only two options. Couldn't things have always just been absent of something?
It, I don't know, to be honest.
I
I
like an
don't
I
know.
don't know. I think that's my favorite answer. But
Hmm.
Philly Red's off mute. I think she's got some questions. Hey, Philly.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I have lots of questions, but no answers because no one can give you the answers because we don't know.
I
Hmm.
also have lots of questions.
Mhm.
My question was about, what if there was no beginning? So you already covered that, Thrayle. So go ahead, Rav.
Sorry, Philly.
Okay, but if you want to pick it back up, Philly, just jump in there. Okay, my first question is, when you say you don't believe in the Big Bang Theory, what does believe mean in that sentence?
Um, well, like, my dad has always said that the Big Bang happened, and I just, it sounds so bizarre to me that, a Big Bang of two things coming together created the Earth, and then
Oh,
we evolved.
I think that was my question originally. Was going to be, what about the Big Bang do you not understand?
It
Um,
it it doesn't make sense to me like that. It just doesn't.
yeah, no, I think in the construct that you've just submitted, I think that would not make sense,
Hmm.
because that's
let me
just
put it
not how
this
the
way.
Big Bang is described. But
Yeah.
um, you okay there, Hammy?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let me put it to you this way. I definitely affirm the Big Bang, and that doesn't make sense the way you described it.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think the question is, like, what can you do to take steps to better understand it, um, as opposed to write it off, so to speak.
Yeah, I like that's how my dad explained it to me, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, okay, that's. Um, have you ever looked past, what your dad has said and asked any further questions beyond that?
No, not really.
Okay. What would it look like for you to do that?
I'd have to look into it, obviously. Like, I'd have to research and things like that.
Do you benefit from research from science on a daily basis?
Absolutely. Everybody benefits from research. I believe we learn something every day.
Only if you're paying attention.
Yes.
So I guess my question then is, if you benefit from science on a daily basis, and you understand that science is the way in which we go about go about learning about the world around us, doesn't it stand to reason that it's possible that you might not understand something about the Big Bang Theory?
Oh, I can absolutely say that I don't understand what it happened.
Great. Okay. So maybe it's not that you don't believe in it; it's just that you don't understand it.
True.
Okay. Cool. All right. And then my next question is, oh shoot, what did you say? Uh, you said you don't believe in a God, but you believe in a higher power. How did you say it?
There's something out there. I don't know what it is, but there is something that
And how would
created
you
everything.
character? Yeah, how would you character? Well, oh, that's right. Okay, so there's got to be something that created. Okay, when you said that, I started to think of my hands, and when I wash my hands, sometimes when I'm washing my hands, I think about the fact that my right hand washes my left hand, and so my hands are washing each other. Um, is it not possible that the universe is self-perpetuating?
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
No problem. So when my hands wash each other, um, I am both washing my hands and washing my hands. Does that make sense? I know that sounds really weird.
No,
Like,
I understand I do understand what you mean, yeah.
yeah, my hands are washing each other.
Hmm.
Um, I know it sounds so silly to say it out loud, but is it not possible then, like in using that kind of as an analogy, that the universe is self-perpetuating, that the universe is creating itself or unfolding itself?
Right.
And so, because things have mass and things with larger mass attract things with smaller mass, um,
Okay. Okay.
that to me seems like a system or a process that is self-perpetuating.
Okay. Okay.
Is that do you
Yeah, no,
understand what
I
I'm saying?
understand
Okay,
what you're saying. Yeah, I get it. I get what you're
great.
saying.
So where in that would uh, a higher power or something like that fit in?
Hmm. That's a good question. That's a very good question. I don't like I don't know, to be honest.
There she goes, winning again.
uh sorry.
Is she winning the conversation, Thrayle?
W shotting.
It's hard to say that like what it is, right? Like we don't know. And that's the problem really, to be honest. We don't know.
Why assume that there is an id?
I don't I don't know.
Well, now you just know how to win. It's like,
I'm
goddamn
not
it, let me
trying
get
to win.
into
I'm
you.
honestly not trying to
Just
win. I'm
kidding.
really not, honest. I'm like I have been searching for an answer for since I was young, to be honest, because I'm adopted and my parents told my brother and I that they weren't going to have us baptized in their church, the Church of England, because they wanted us to find our own spirituality. So, that's what they did. Like, they went to the Church of England their entire life, but then they come here to Canada, and my dad now believes in Big Bang Theory, and my mom says there's something out there. Call it God if you want to, but there's something out there.
Yeah. See,
So I don't know.
you kind of lean more towards your mom's philosophy than your dad.
Yeah.
And I guess the big question then should be, why assume there is something out there if there are so many unknowns
You're right.
supporting that assumption?
You're right. You are right, honestly. That's
I surprisingly don't like hearing that I'm right.
oh no,
I appreciate you though.
but honestly, like my best friend Bitch Nugget, like she's like, the Bible is just a book. Like, if you literally say the Bible is true, you then vampires and werewolves and everything else, they're true too, because like honestly it's a book, you know. And I was like, you're making a good point. Like she just so I don't know how to answer her with that one. It's kind of like, yeah, I hate when you say that stuff. So it's like I said, I need to do more research. I need to. I know that. Yeah. Like I said, I'm transitioning from LDS to pagan to, yeah. There's just so many questions that I have about everything.
I would wonder if you have more questions than answers, especially when it comes to higher powers or gods or paganism.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Shotting, but if anybody else does, this would be a great time before we move on to the next guest. But
I
thank you, Shotting.
I do have one thing to say though, Thrayle. Your voice is amazing, and you should absolutely do bedtime stories for people to put them to sleep. Just saying.
Well, our bedtime story here is question your beliefs.
Questioning people, yeah. I love it. It's just, yeah.
I would have just two more questions. One, what do you think are some of the most pressing questions that you are asking yourself? I'm actually going to ask that first, just out of curiosity.
Well, when I was part of the Latter-day Saints, they give you a patriarchal blessing, is what it's called. It's a blessing to guide you through your life. And I got that with my ex-husband. And at that time, I was told that I picked the right priesthood holder for my life. And I was like, okay. But then he goes and cheats on me. And I'm like, if I pick the right priesthood holder, then why did he commit adultery? So it's like, that's part of why I'm like questioning stuff. Part of, not all of it, but part of.
So,
yeah.
Do you still have belief in LDS, in the teachings, the doctrines?
There's some of it still there. There's some of it, but I question a lot of it.
Especially if the Bible is just a book, then it means Joseph Smith's editions are just fan fiction, right?
Could be. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
We lost to Philly Red before she even got to get a question out. I appreciate you, Philly Red. Thank you for being here. But so if Joseph Smith's books are just kind of fan fiction from another book, then what reason would you have to believe there's any truth in them at all?
At the time, I did believe at the time, but now it's kind of like I don't know what to believe with it. It's very up in the air what I believe now. You know what I mean?
I hear that.
Yeah.
It sounds like a lot of I don't know.
Yes, very much a lot of I don't knows with the beliefs that I have now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my ex was a complete and utter prick. Yes. Sorry, just reading the chat as well. I can multitask.
Just, I'm not sure that I heard any. What were the questions that you were asking yourself?
She was talking about how, at least with LDS, why her husband would cheat on her
Oh,
if she
I
was
see.
told
Yep.
this was the right priesthood holder. Which I have to point out every time I hear a Mormon say priesthood holder. I just hear penis bearer.
I'm sorry. That's actually funny.
And I guess the other question that I would ask is like, okay, if you kind of started to answer it already, but like, um, where do you like, what is your religious home right now, or something like that?
I'm leaning more towards paganism.
Oh, yeah, you did say that earlier.
Yeah, it's
What does that mean?
well, I don't do like magic or anything like that. Like I'm not a witch. I do believe in Reiki healing. Like I'm a Reiki healer. I work with light and energy and things like that. So I'm an empath, very much so. So things like that.
When you say you're working with light and energy, Thrayle, you just tell me if you're done. Okay.
Hmm.
What do you mean by light and energy?
It's hard to describe.
And don't use the word vibes, because I just
No,
asked
no,
the
no,
same
no, no,
question.
no, 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 no. So for example, my friend, if she's in pain, like, I literally go. It's hard to explain. I try to find her pain and I will pull it out of her. And like I see the horror of the pain and I pull that out of her. And then I replace that energy that I took out of her with another color, if that makes sense.
Is
Because I see pain as black.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will replace that color with my energy color, which is purple, and then their favorite color as well.
Is you say replace their energy color with your energy color?
Mm-hmm.
Is this something you're imagining you're doing?
No, I can do it over distance. It's actually helped a lot of people.
You say you can do it over distance.
Yeah.
In a pinch.
Yes, in a pinch.
In the process, what is it you mean by energy colors? What are you replacing? How is there any interaction?
I just see it in them. Like I close my eyes and I can see their like aura colors around them, and I can see where the pain is. And I just
Can you do that? You could do that. I hate to do it. Could you do that here? Could you see like an aura color around someone, see if they're in pain?
Usually I have to know the person a little bit at least. I do get like if there's someone that's like really not a good person, I can usually feel that energy as when they come into the room. So if
But
I'm
you
in a
can't
line,
just feel a.
I do so.
I see. Is it
Bat was saying
possible?
that I live with pain daily. every day. I feel you, Bats. I have fibromyalgia, so I feel you
We're
100%.
having our conversation up here. Sorry, Shawnee.
Sorry.
Is it possible that the reason why you have to know the person a little bit is because what you're doing is more of an empathy for a friend than a supernatural healing?
Mm-hmm.
Like you would have to know the person's personality a little to understand what kind of pain or what kind of problems they might be having.
Yeah. A little bit,
Could
yeah.
could it be then that the energy exchange, the colors, that's more of a way your mind imagines a social interaction?
Oh,
The way you interact with the person, not a unseen exchange.
it absolutely could be, but everybody that I've done this for has felt it instantaneously, and it helps them very much.
I I want to question this. I feel very skeptical about it, but I also feel like my questions might become insulting, and I'm gonna see if, well, maybe,
I have a thick skin. Go ahead.
know a little bit, can exchange their black pain energy for your purple friend energy. And I'm wondering, where are you seeing this energy exchange? In what way is there an exchange?
So,
Are you talking to the person?
yeah, usually I can talk to them. Like, I'll be talking to them usually on video chat or whatnot, and I'll ask them like, where is the pain? And they'll tell me. So I just close my eyes and look into their aura or their body, and I see the pain. Like I see the pain as black. I will grab that. Like I can throw my oh, what's it called? Sorry, fibro brain is kicking in. Oh shoot.
You
Astral
can
project. I can astral project. So I throw myself into
astral project. What does that mean?
throw my spirit out.
What is a spirit?
Like my soul, I guess. I don't know.
What's a soul? The essence of yourself. When you say essence, what does that mean?
I don't know how to explain it other than what I have.
So you throw something out of you that you
Yeah.
describe as a spirit, soul, essence.
Yeah.
And that spirit, soul, essence,
Mm-hmm.
where do you throw it? What does that mean, throwing it out of you?
Like I just kind of go into the person's and grab that black energy and pull it out of them into myself. So I take their pain on momentarily.
You take their pain on.
Yes. I take their pain into myself. And then I release that into the ether. And then I replace the energy that I took from them because you need to replace, like, it needs to be replaced or they're gonna, their energy is gonna be depleted. So then I replace that energy in them to help them recuperate.
So, and you said this has to be with someone you know a little bit, and
Yeah, usually.
and so and so in can I describe back what I heard?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay, this is the part I meant where it might sound insulting. Um, what I'm hearing is that you, in conversation with a friend, um, imagine leaving your body, going to theirs, seeing their pain, and removing it, and replacing it with something else.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, I know I probably sound crazy to a lot of people.
Well, my question is, um, how do you know think are instantaneous are people who know you, who you've gotten to know, um, telling you what you want to hear?
I have done this to people in a live before that I don't know very well either. Like, I just talked to them for a little bit and
Are you able to identify the pain without the person telling you what it is?
sometimes, yes.
If you were to demonstrate here, if you were
Mm-hmm.
to test that here, um, what would we expect to see or hear from you?
Well, I do it all inside of me. I talk to the person for just a little bit, just so that I can, you know, take on the pain, and then I will release that pain into the ether and then replace that.
So you and I
Someone in
have
here
been
has a
talking.
someone in
Yeah,
here has a migraine.
someone in here has a migraine. That seems, amongst 100 people or around about, that seems like a very likely possibility, doesn't it? We could guess it's also likely somebody's birthday. It's likely.
It's probably Bat.
You're saying Bat has a migraine.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it helps that she has been saying she's been in pain for a long time.
Right.
Confirm.
No, I'm not cold reading. I literally just started getting a
Are you?
massive
I
migraine.
mean, you're reading the text right now. Um. Okay. Understood, Bats. So you say that you're not cold reading, but do you have you studied cold reading?
No, but I know what it is.
You know what it is. Can you
Yeah.
tell me what cold reading is?
By reading the texts in the chat and knowing I'm just guessing, doing guesswork.
I mean, kind of a systematized guesswork, but by reading the chat, I mean, that would just be adding some clues. Cold reading doesn't require a chat, though, does it? Sometimes, or get a questionnaire answered or something. But if I were to ask you, um,
Hold on.
if I were to ask you, what
Hold on.
while she
Your
takes that
shoulder?
second, I'm gonna go ahead and ask everybody to tap the screen and share the live. My shoulder's fine, by comparison. My pain is very loud, and
Very loud.
and it's not in my shoulder.
Could you explain a little more, though?
Hold on.
Just a little.
Me explain a little more.
No, I heard shoulder pain, so I'm curious.
Oh well. And
It's hard to read. I don't know why I'm having a hard time reading you. Like, I do have people that block me when they know that I'm trying to do it. And when I have people that block me, I'm not going to be able to read them. That's like when they're suspicious of me and whatnot, I can't get in. I cannot read them. That's the problem.
that is interesting. So you're saying that when people are suspicious, they're harder to read.
And they're suspicious of me, want me to see it like. See, this is the thing. People, when I try to do this stuff and people are being, suspicious of what I do and whatnot, they're like, oh yeah, she's just faking. No, I'm not faking.
If it's just a guess, how do you know?
Some people just don't want to be read because they're like, oh, I don't believe this. I think she's full of crap, da 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 da. So it's hard to connect with that person, and I cannot feel anything on.
If what
Thrayle.
you're saying is real, if you are able to sense pain, identify it, and remove it psychically or through astral projection, I very much want it to be real so you could take that pain from me because
Okay.
I literally block you.
Okay, so I need you to believe that I can do this, and don't put up any mental shield or think that, like, yeah, she's full of crap. Okay? Because
I'm not
I
sure
can't.
what it means to just believe, but I'm
Just
not putting up any mental shields, whatever that means.
okay, so just let it happen, because when people doubt me, I can't do it. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't we try again?
And while you try again, I'm just going to remind everybody, tap the screen, share the live. If you do know somebody with a belief in a god or a god's higher power, or you have one yourself, make sure you share the live out to them or request right up yourself. And we will be taking new guests probably here shortly.
Also, good morning.
Good morning, Noctis. How are you?
Good morning, Noctis.
I'm doing very well, thank you both. I'm exhausted. I have muscle pain in my backside for the first time in ages because of how much I walked yesterday. So that's fun. How are you both?
Doing all right, making it.
I am.
Is it in your knee?
No, it's not in my knee. I've got to wonder, Shani, you say it's not cold reading. I'm not.
I was
up any
thinking your
blocks.
lower back first, and I didn't want to say that because something was like, no, it's not. When Gnostic said it's her lower, like her low back.
Her
And I'm like,
backside, she said.
backside. Well, I didn't want to say that your lower back because I was like, if I say that, they're gonna go, oh, yeah, okay, whatever. But That's
The
what I
most.
was getting off you, your low back.
If I told you that I had multiple points of pain, and that among them was the low back, would you feel like that was a victory, a hit, so to speak?
Well, that was one of the parts that was screaming out to me was your low back.
There should have been one screaming much louder.
Is it? I mean,
Now
correct
it's a
me if I'm
guessing
wrong.
game.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't like the lower back like the most common place to
Yes.
feel?
Yeah, especially for older or middle-aged people. Yeah, it certainly is. I have to wonder, Shadi, if you were to look into and actually study cold reading, if you might find similarities to what you're doing, although not through intent to deceive. I'm curious if perhaps you might just imagine that you're capable of these things and have had a fair record at guessing in the past. I would wonder if you counted all the hits and all of the misses, which one would outweigh?
Well, I'm about 95% accurate.
On guessing with me,
I'm not.
we saw less than a third accuracy.
Well, like I said, this is the first time that I haven't been able to nail it on the head, basically. But like
That's interesting.
Out of all the people you've done this for, what would you say is the most common place to feel pain in your experience?
Like I said, my one friend has a hernia. A lot of my good friends suffer with migraines, and it's based, okay, which one of you's got a migraine? Because I can feel it. And usually it's my soul twin.
So, are you sure? How have you ruled out the fact that this could just be because you know these people? That you saying which one of you has a migraine isn't just like a feeling and not necessarily an actual reading of pain.
No, I don't charge money for this. No, I don't know, but I can help them out when I do this, so.
Did you hear Hammy's question?
Yes, I heard he said, do I think that I am, like, just guessing because they're my friends?
Well, not quite. I was asking, how have you determined that it's not just guessing because these are your friends?
Because I've done it on my lives before, where people actually come and talk to me about it.
And you never got any assumptions of what others' pain are wrong before?
Not usually.
So, do they just come in and they're chit-chatting, and then all of a sudden you said, "Hey, you have pain here," or how does this process work?
Usually they come to me in pain and ask me for help.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting you said not usually.
Like I said, 95%.
95%. You say that. Do you actually keep a record of every guess? Like,
No.
have you written down the guesses you've made since you've been here? We had the first one was somebody has a migraine, and then you singled out a particular person. I don't know if they do or don't have a migraine. Then you talked about my shoulder pain. Lower back pain seems obvious in someone my age, though that's not my primary pain. So it seems to me like It definitely wasn't the pain I was focusing on and hoping you were capable of, or I don't know. It seems to me that, at least from what I've noticed, this seems no more than guessing and having empathy for other people, and maybe through giving them a little attention and empathy, that perhaps you could give them a placebo effect if they believe you can. Is that a possibility?
Maybe I am, but I don't know.
I think that might be a good place for you to question, Shani. And I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did. I really do. I hope that you keep asking questions.
Oh, absolutely.
It's been lovely to meet you.
It's been lovely to meet you as well.
Thank you, Shani. I'm going to go ahead and move on to our next guest.
All right.
I hope you take care.
You too.
If you find new answers, bring them to us. Who knows? Maybe you'll have some answers we have even better questions for.
So how's it going?
It's going okay. We're getting through. We're at 115 people. I was about to say 1,000. While we're at 36,000 likes, and I think the more we tap, the more people might come through who are actually open to questioning their beliefs. That's what we're looking for. Not debates or arguments, not to make anyone look like a fool. We just want to know if you can question. Well then, what is that belief, and why do you believe it? And I know a few of you in queue have been waiting for a while, and most of you are probably ghosts by now. So we'll just hit a name I think has been there for a while and see what happens. And I'm going to do that a couple of times and risk doubling up, I guess. But if you are in queue, be patient. It will very likely get to you. There's no telling how many of these are ghosts. A Catholic witch, that seems very contradictory. So,
well, I'm technically Catholic. I'm like, I was,
culturally
like,
Catholic.
I went through all the,
Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe in witchcraft.
What do you mean by witchcraft? You do witchcraft. What do you mean by witchcraft?
I do spells.
And by spells, what do you mean?
I just do the spells.
What is a spell?
Like, if I want something, I do a spell on it.
What is a spell?
Well, like, for example, I mean, if I want to obtain money, I use cinnamon or like orange peel, and I do like a little, spell over it, and then I get money.
I'm sorry, you said you use cinnamon and orange peel and you get money.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? How does cinnamon and orange peel give you money?
Just cinnamon and orange gives you money. I don't know how exactly it works, but like it does. I mean, I just got like $45,000 for nothing.
For cinnamon and orange peel.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm a little lost here. Like somebody paid you, or like it just appeared to you? Like how did you get this money?
No, I did the spell and then I got money. That's it.
From where?
I don't know where.
You
No,
don't know
wait.
where the
Oh,
money came
sorry.
from.
Like, well, somebody died and then I got it.
Wow. So you did a spell and unalived somebody with your spell so you could have their money?
Oh, no.
That's really,
Sorry.
really wild. And you just,
I'm
is
sorry.
that what the spell did?
No, I'm sorry. That's not what happened.
Oh, it's not what
Actually,
happened. You're just lying to make things up to impress us, because at this point, that's what it sounds like. I'm going to go
no,
ahead and
no.
move on to somebody who can be honest. Let's see what's up with the cube.
It sounds like she did something with the orange and nutmeg or cinnamon or whatever, and then a relative passed away and she got an inheritance. But it doesn't sound like they correlate together.
Does that mean the spell did it? She can request back up. I felt the sudden turn there meant, yeah, it's starting to feel kind of trolly, like just make up something that sounds impressive and keep it as impressive as possible until it sounded like you might have done something bad.
Also, I sort of have questions. What gives you the right to decide that? Surely the person who is no longer around gets to decide who inherits, not a spell. Like, you don't know what family drama's been going on. Just saying.
Yeah. Like I said, it just kind of sounded like these two events happened. One where somebody passed away and she got an inheritance, and the other she did this quote unquote spell. And
Uh, I cast a spell and like I got what I wanted. That's it.
Nope, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
She's not answering any questions. She's just I did it. Go fish. I got what I
what is it that you want to know?
Can you explain the difference between casting a spell and asking for something?
There's no difference. Just ask what you want to ask. Like just do what you want to do.
There's no difference.
So if I ask Thrayle what the time is right now.
No, because you're not asking for anything.
Thrayle, I want to know what the time is. What is the time? That sounds like a wanting something.
Your magic doesn't work on me.
Time. Yeah.
My past that as well.
Yeah.
No, that's asking him to make me a coffee. He could say no, which he does frequently.
So when you cast a spell with the cinnamon and what was the other ingredient? Oranges and cinnamon. You cast the spell with that, and what is it that you think caused the money to appear? And how is that related to the orange peel and cinnamon?
The cinnamon attracts money and the orange attracts money.
So
in what way does money want to eat the cinnamon and like be wrapped way around? What does the money want from the orange peel? Does money want to eat the cinnamon? You actually like studied witchcraft in any way, or is oranges and cinnamon?
Yeah, I have, but like I'm not really gonna like bother with you people.
You're not what?
I just don't feel like explaining it to you people.
Oh, so you joined a panel where it says, "Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe?" And you don't feel like explaining it. So you really are just a troll. So fuck off.
Bliss. Also, yeah, me and my partner just have a thing where we both say no and then do the thing anyway. It just makes it more fun.
I do that quite often with a lot of people.
I constantly get, have your legs stopped working? And I'm like, yes, in fact, they have at this moment.
I constantly tell customers who ask for a bag, I'm like, no, this isn't bag for us.
Hello.
Hello, Connor. What's your age?
Is this an 18 plus?
Oh, you idiot. Is
all
they all are blocked.
Poor little one. Yeah, to be fair, in that little one's defense, the amount of idiots that do accept them up. Unless you're 18, you're not allowed on panel.
This is an 18 plus live marked flag by TikTok, so he has to be lying to TikTok about his age to be here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Which means we're just moving forward.
I gotta say, that person who was talking about her oranges and cinnamon and whatnot, my sister gave me a little kit for a simmer pot potpourri thing. So maybe money is attracted to the smell. Because it had oranges and cinnamon in it.
It's probably the strangest interview I've ever had with a witch. Supposed witch. Normally they're much more pleasant and questioning and
Yeah, I like crows. I'm sticking the witches with crows.
Oh, we did
Those
end
ones
up
are
with
great.
two.
Oh.
I'm gonna drop one of you down, and you can request back up. But I do accept one new guest at a time. Sorry about that. Hello, son of God. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
33.
And do you have a belief in a? Do you have a belief in a god or gods? Did you mean to request up or no?
Yeah, it just said there was like 6 people before me.
Oh, well,
So
some of them didn't exist. So, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, anything like that?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes. No, I'm working on it. I'm kind of in a point in my life where I have gotten back able. I have read my Bible a lot.
From where?
Oh yeah, it's been a while since to be honest, I've never read my Bible from front to back, and even if anyone has, they haven't. You know, you can't memorize every single thing that you read.
Are you sure?
But yeah, if you could do that, then you'd be quite an impressive person. Well, I struggle with ADHD.
I wasn't asking if you had memorized it in the first place. I was just asking if you'd read it from beginning to end. And
no.
Do you believe the stories that you have heard from it to be true?
Yes.
Do you believe all of them to be literal?
I believe that the Bible was altered by the people who rule the earth today. I believe that there is a creator, and I believe that Jesus Christ did have God's power, and that's how he was able to be a human who walked among.
I didn't ask you about Jesus. I was just asking if you believed the earth was created in 6 days.
Yeah, if it's in the Bible.
Why?
It's
because it's in the Bible.
Yeah, it's
so
God.
Any story in the Bible you believe to be true as written?
Pretty much.
Why?
Faith.
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 What if stories in the Bible contradicted each other?
What's that?
What if... You know how what if works,
Why are you
right?
whispering?
I'm not whispering. What if stories in the Bible contradicted each other?
Give me an example. Sorry, you got me. You caught me in the middle of doing schoolwork too. But yeah, I like how you guys don't anything.
Hang on. If two stories in the Bible contradict each other, if for instance, you have a story where one person unalives another, and then later it says that it was actually his brother that unalived him, but it wasn't told as though a correction, just told as though two separate events. Or if you had everybody's favorite, the order of creation in one story being specific, and then in another jumbled, mixed up, not just told out of order, but given reason to be out of order.
Do you have an example from the Bible that
I was
contradicts?
asking hypothetically.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I could find something, yeah, I would question it. But I haven't ran into anything like that, to be honest. I'm somebody who questions everything except for God, because I believe that there's no way that any of this could have happened without a creator. And
Why do you
God
think that?
isn't God isn't
Why do you
some
think that? Why do
man.
you think that there's no way any of this happens without a creator?
I just believe that that's how the universe was created. I don't believe that it was the Big Bang. If it was the Big Bang, then that was God as energy, as the Almighty.
If it was the Big Bang, wouldn't that contradict the Bible?
No, because you can't say that every single thing in the Bible was written. And how do we not know that when he said let there be light, that wasn't the Big Bang itself?
What do you think the
But
Big Bang actually means? Do you think it was an explosion?
No, it was
with
apparently
like a bright light.
Science. It was just the existence of everything. Apparently, I'm not explaining that right.
View the specific example you were asking for, like the order of creation 1, for instance, where it says that in Genesis 1 that plants came before animals, which came before people. And then in Genesis 2, it says that before the plants came the man, and then the plants came and the animals came, and then the woman at the end. If those two orders, plants, animals, people, person, plants, animals, person, contradict each other, then how would you reconcile that with your idea that all of these are true stories?
How would any of that contradict each other?
You're saying how would it contradict for one chapter to say the plants were first, and then in another chapter to say the man?
Seems like it's in order to me.
If you see plant, man, plants, animals, woman, those sound like the same order to you.
No, but it doesn't matter what you are saying. It matters what's in the book.
Do you remember the question I was asking you?
Not really. I was actually trying to multitask. Sorry.
Okay, so we're just going to move on to somebody who's actually paying attention to the conversation. Easy as that.
The second time, he did not hear a question because he's quote unquote multitasking.
He's not worth our time. But while we wait for one of these ghosts to not be a ghost, everybody remember to tap that screen. Share the live out if you know somebody who believes in a god or gods, higher power or anything like that. They might be able to question their beliefs. Well, then, actually question. Hello, Brett.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Old enough to be your mama. I'm 39.
We ended up with 2 guests, so hang on for just a moment, Brett. And you've got a lot of background noise. Luna Rose, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 53, babe.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Me too. 36 years healthcare professional.
Sorry, Luna, sorry. You have a feedback loop. It's piercing, pulsing sound that was starting to build and build, so I muted you for a moment. I apologize for interrupting. I was just asking you, though, like that. And you can unmute to give that answer if you figured out the feedback.
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
Belief, I think has changed over time. It's caused so much divide. It's caused not a lot of like nice things in the world. I've changed my view regarding Lucifer, if you want me to go into that. That he was loved. He has a role, one of the hardest roles. Discernment, you know, if you look at the world now.
Okay, Luna, sorry. Just to pause you there. The question was which God you believe in. So is it the Christian God?
There's one up there. There's one, and there's all different faiths, and there's all different beliefs, and they all play an important role.
So you don't believe in any of them?
I said there's one.
Sorry, Brett. I'm asking questions at the moment.
There's one God up there. That's what I believe. And the Bible has been changed. Sorry, go on.
You say there's one God.
Yeah.
You keep referencing the Bible over and over. Is your belief in the biblical God, the God that's described in the Bible?
My religion.
Or is your belief in...
So my religion, I'm a Catholic. I was brought up a Catholic. I did move away from it because...
I just can't with the audio. I'm sorry, Luna. There's an ear. If you have a different headset or microphone arrangement, you could probably try that. Request back up. But I think I'd like to move forward. And Brad's up here. Brad, can you remind me your age? I don't recall what you said at the beginning.
I'm 39.
39. And I think you said old enough to be my mother.
How do you say your name? I am old enough to be your mother.
That's fascinating.
How do you say your name?
I'm older than you. Thrayle. And I think that's fascinating you would make that assumption not knowing my age. But, Brett, do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
I do. But in the fear of being dropped, can I say one thing?
I will more than likely drop you for not answering questions than for having a pleasant conversation.
It is pleasant, though. You have the most soothing voice I think I've heard in alive in so long. I believe in Jesus Christ. I am a Christian.
Great. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Honestly, because it's a lot of reading. I listen to ebooks and and things to try to help me through it. I have I have neurological issues, so it hinders me a little bit. But I do read Bible, and I do have my app on my phone, and I read, certain verses. I follow, my church every Sunday, and things like that. It's a lot to sift through. Also, the parts that I read when I was younger, they mean different now. So the
What do you
things
mean
that I
by that?
read, so the message, so the message that I received when I read through things when I was younger, the message I receive now and the understanding I have now are different. So I have about 3 times started back to reread because the things that I have read hold different meaning now that I'm older. Also, I'm not afraid to say it. The book of Revelations terrifies me. I am I'm terrified by it.
So, but you believe in it?
I do.
So do you believe in the creation as written? Do you believe in the flood as written?
I do.
And the Exodus?
I do.
Why?
So I believe in it for more reasons than just, oh, I read it in a book, so it should be true, right? So I am what my own brethren of Christians call a symbiotic believer, right? Like, I believe in reading the text and learning, and then going off and reading other texts to kind of solidify it. I'm not one of those people that I just read a book and be like, oh, well, that's it. I read it. It must be true. I want to look into things deeper. I want more. Belief
I'm
in
sorry,
it.
I'm not hearing at all why you would believe in a 6-day creation in your explanation. You're just saying you want to believe, you read things. Where in this is an explanation as to why you believe?
So in the creation of things, right? So when you think about where God had created, God came into the universe, and he said, he spoke into the darkness and created the light, and then he created animals, and the animals were roaming, and then he created Adam so that he could name the animals. I do believe that God had decided to create, right? My issue with people who do not believe that there is a creator.
Brad, I didn't ask you what your issue about other people are. I'm asking why you believe this was created.
I told you why I believe.
You said
because I believe for you to not believe that there's a creator means you would believe that things just bam and just came out of nothing.
Why do you assume that people who don't believe in a creator believe things came out of nothing? I thought the creator made things out of nothing. Don't you have that backwards?
Right. Because I've been, even the live I just came out of, where people were talking about how things
I didn't ask
just
you about
created.
the live you just came out of.
But I'm that's why. Because if you don't believe that there was a creator,
you came
somebody
in here,
who created.
just to clarify, Brad, just to clarify, you didn't come in here to question your own beliefs. You came in here to complain about the lack of belief in others because you don't understand.
No.
You don't question your own beliefs.
No, because
That's what it sounds
of my
like.
beliefs.
It sounds like you came in here to argue because you watched another live where people were arguing and you wanted to argue with somebody too. This isn't
I don't want to argue at all.
Well, then why don't you answer the question as to why you actually believe instead of talking about what other people don't believe? Why do you believe that the Creator created things in 6 days as written in your book?
So I do believe that it was that he created those things, because I myself can go out into my garden and go create life into a garden and make things grow. I don't
You
I
make
don't
things come out
disagree.
of nothing in a
Yes.
matter of days.
Of a couple of days, yes I can. 3 days. I need
Out
3
of nothing.
days.
Do you
Out
create
of
the
nothing.
seeds out of nothing?
No, I don't create the seeds. The seeds are created by God.
So then how are you
I
creating anything? You're putting seeds in the ground.
I put in the nourishment. I put them to grow. What do you mean?
Where were they before you put them in that place?
Well, I recently got a whole pack off of TikTok, so I don't know
So
where
they're
they came
packages
from.
of seeds. And where did the seeds in the package come from?
From TikTok. I don't know where they originated from. I don't
TikTok.
know.
TikTok. So whoever you bought them from probably got them from a plant, or maybe even a package from that came from a factory or something that
From TikTok. I don't know.
came from
From
somebody
the
had a
original.
plant. Right. So where are you creating anything? You're a package.
Eventual creation, right? Which I don't claim to be a creator. I don't claim to be God, right? Because I did not germinate this plant, that I popped out the seed from in my hand magically, and created the life of it. But if I don't plant the seed, if I don't water the seed does not grow.
So
right?
how does, I'm sorry, the water that came from the ground. So again, you're a middleman with the water. So
What if I
you're
just
in
left it
this.
outside while it rained today and
I'm sorry. So my question: where in this are you demonstrating that you create? Let alone, are you demonstrating that anything else created all of this? I don't understand why you make that connection when all you create is one place to another. And
So
putting
let's move away. Let's move away from the plants that I have.
create, all you're doing
Okay,
is
move away from the.
metaphors that aren't actually explaining or answering simple
And that's what I'm saying.
questions. Because
So what
I'm
about my
curious.
children?
I'm curious, Brad.
So let's
water
move away. Let's move away from the plants that I have growing out. I do question my beliefs, for the
What
simple fact.
does it mean?
So the questioning in my own beliefs is because I look for external reasons why. I don't
Because
read my
answers
Bible and
why.
say.
I asked what.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't read my Bible and say, "Oh, everything in it is spot on. It's absolute," just because it's written in my Bible. I don't believe that way.
Then why do you believe in a 6-day creation as written in your Bible?
I believe in the sixth day of the creation because of my own knowledge and understanding of how it is to create. Being a mother and being somebody who has been out and who has grown and created life, not only because created life, not only that's why. And I know that
So because I'm
I
sorry.
know created life.
So because I'm sorry.
I know that's a
I'm
little
sorry.
different.
I'm not. No, it doesn't. Are a mother. Are a mother. And so you have created life, as you say, within you.
Mhm.
It
I've carried life.
carried life. So you've gestated and produced life that you think God did. And in what way does that verify the truth of your book? That doesn't explain anything about why you believe this book, the way it's written,
I don't
did. Truth of your
I don't think that I created that life. I think I carried it. I don't
Okay,
believe
so
that.
then your metaphor's gone. Let's go back to why you believe in the book. And if you don't answer this time, I am going to
I
move
do
on,
believe
because I think you're not interested in the why you believe conversation.
I
think you
am,
just
but
want to
I
hear
guess
yourself
I'm
speak.
misunderstanding. I do I believe that like me, like carrying my children and the growth in life, in this life, right? I do believe that those I carry in this life kind of play into that, but I do not believe 100% that whatever's written into the Bible is 100% stone solid. You have to follow it. It is what it is. Thing believe it's solid. You have to. I don't.
Do you
And
believe
I'm
there are,
not.
do you believe there are errors within the book?
I do, absolutely.
Contradictions?
Yes, absolutely.
Falsehoods?
Absolutely.
Then why believe the book? Believe the book.
Because I do believe as a whole was written to give us the knowledge that we needed.
Knowledge
but
we needed.
Even if you go that was
Sorry, why do you assume the knowledge in the book is needed?
because of things like if you go into I believe it's in Matthew, and you can read in, and it goes verse 22, 23, 24 is omitted. It's not printed anymore, and then it's to 25, and it talks about how to pray to God and how to be fasting while you pray to God for your prayer, right? Over time, man has omitted certain parts of the Bible, which you would pray to God, and these parts are omitted simply because we night until Sunday morning and just power read.
Believe the book. You're telling me that there are parts you think are omitted.
Because you asked me why as a whole power read. Because you asked me why I don't follow the book completely. That's why I don't follow it completely.
That's not what I asked you.
I do apologize, and I misunderstood what you were asking me.
Are you inebriated, Brett?
No, not at all.
Well, maybe it's just...
Understood.
Well, I just can't anymore. I don't feel like a single one of my questions was directly answered. I feel like you just gave me weird metaphor and story time. I don't want to say it.
I can explain the reason why you had that feeling, Thrayle. It's because she did.
Well, you know, I'm trying to be patient. I wonder if anybody else watching has a belief in a God or God's higher power. In a God or God. Well, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to argue. I wonder, or anything like that, and they can request on up. Well, if you can question, they're not here to argue or tear down. Why for TikTok TOS?
Hi, my name is Taylor, and I'm 33 years old.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. I believe. Yes.
And what God is that?
Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible?
I have read my Bible as a higher Jesus Christ. I came into my faith in 2020, and I've been working on my journey. So I try to at least read my Bible every night, but sometimes I don't get to, honestly, but I try.
Do you believe all the...
Yes. at least the stories that I have read personally, because like I don't start from the beginning. I kind of like sometimes I even like Google. It really helps a lot with different stories, and especially like if I misunderstand it, I'll like Google it or YouTube it or TikTok it, and there's like different videos that help explain stories. But I have personal testimonies of personal things that I've went through, and those stories in the Bible I personally could like. And those stories in the Bible I personally could like relate to.
Do you believe there are any errors within the Bible?
To say, it's not that there's errors. I just feel like it's just maybe for some people, maybe.
So you don't think there are any flaws or errors? It's just hard for people to understand it.
Maybe for some people.
So you don't think there are... So then
that the Bibles that were told by different people, and some perceptions. I guess sometimes things could that tie back to the Bible as well, where certain characters in different religions are similar.
Different characters are similar.
In different religions.
I'm not quite...
Well, where certain different religions.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. I like the way Zeus and...
Yes, absolutely. In Hawaii, so I'm learning about the Hawaiian culture and their gods and beliefs. And, I work for a Hawaiian preschool, so like I have to do Hawaiian chanting and things like that. But like I'm still Christian, but I still appreciate the culture, and so I still partake in the chanting as well.
Right. I'm more wondering how much of your... Right. How much of your book you take literally, how much you take to be true, what is myths and what is real.
Well, for example, like the book of Revelation, which is at the end of the Bible, and it talks about the end of times and things like that. Like, I feel like a lot of people think that's a myth, but
what is...
For example, like the book of Rev, like that. Like, I feel like a lot of people think that's a myth, and then you're like, oh wow, that really matches up, So I do believe in a lot of the stories.
And if stories contradicted themselves or each other, you would still believe them.
I believe in like the Illuminati and things like that, or maybe it's not even the Illuminati, but it's
down that, if we even do ever go down that rabbit hole. You'd said that it's humans doing these things, but if they are being possessed by demons, then is it the demons doing it or is it the humans doing it?
they say it's definitely both for sure. Like the demons are possessing the humans, you know, because it's a spiritual warfare. You know what I mean? Like we are not our flesh.
So if let's say, for instance, let's say I possess you and make you do some horrendous act. I possess you.
Depends on how you're not in control, but sometimes like if you aren't all the way gone, then you do have a conscious of like right and wrong. You'll question yourself like, hey, you know, like maybe I shouldn't be doing this, you know?
But if I'm controlling you,
sometimes like wrong, you'll
control.
So controlled right now by dark spirits, and I want to know by dark spirits and demons and stuff.
So then how is it the humans doing it and not just demons?
No, I'll change my answer to it's just demons and like dark spirits and stuff controlling him.
Okay, it's doing it.
Okay,
so then, and not just people doing bad things.
Because I personally believe that it's the demons and the bad spirits that are controlling them.
How would you tell the difference?
I mean, I don't know. I guess if you think about like murderers and like child rapists and all those crazy people, you like they definitely have to be like possessed by something evil to like do something like that, you know? Compared to someone who just like shoots somebody.
Yeah, you can't say them, but also that doesn't really explain how you can. That doesn't really explain how you can. Oh.
Too late. She got the flag.
Can't
say she got.
Hmm. With the flag, is she able to come back up after?
No.
Or is that done? Oh, okay.
Nope.
That's unfortunate.
It also restricts the visibility of the live for 10 minutes, so everybody tap the screen, share the live. Let's try to get us back out to the FYP.
Awesome.
It's definitely unfortunate. Catfather, there's no RIP to the question. The questioning is still going to happen regardless.
Yeah, we still keep questioning. We just keep.
And we absolutely love that TikTok shop.
Ugh, I got a believer.
Yeah.
TikTok shop.
From the TikTok shop.
Yes.
I got a.
What else do we have in queue that actually has a belief that they can question? Let's see. A few of you may be ghosts. Haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, Kingfisher?
I'm doing quite well.
Howdy, Kingfisher.
Hello, Amy.
Hi.
Do you still believe in the Norse gods, Freya and I forget the other ones.
Odin,
Yeah. Well, the ones that use
Tyr, Boulder.
I know there. I could list off others, but it was specific ones that Kingfisher worked with.
Yes, I still do. Freya, Tyr, Odin.
I like the middle one.
On the side of justice, I see.
Yes, I'm a big fan of it.
While I might usually want to dig in on Norse mythology, I think I'd like to keep moving forward. And if you'd like, King, you can join us for questions. Unless you specifically wanted your beliefs questioned this evening, it has been a while.
I'm open for both at any time.
And that's why you make a great questioner. I don't know if this was the longer to accept. Hey, Dion, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 46 years old.
And do you have a belief? I don't know if to accept.
Years old. I have a belief, but I'm questioning it.
TOS higher.
And I can't question it. I
What
used
is
to
your
be
belief?
Go ahead.
I was asking what that belief is. What God?
I was a Baptist, I guess Christian, but I doubt it because to me, after reading the Bible, God is the first liar. When he was talking to Adam and Eve, he lied to them. And from those lies, that brought so much doubt in me. Like, man, if God is the first person that's going to be the first liar, shouldn't we all? I mean, this whole world seems upside down. It just make me question everything. And don't nobody act like God is a liar, or the God in the Bible is a liar. Now I can't speak for other, because there's more than one to a certain extent. It's like poly, and then a monothesis and polythesis.
There's a lot of gods out there.
A lot of guys out there.
So
and then,
you find yourself questioning the one that you've believed in because you discover that he lies in Genesis 2:17, right? The one where he says, "You'll unalive on the day," and then they don't unalive on the day they eat of the fruit.
yeah, that was one of the first lies in the book. I was like, whoa, and then it's plenty more. Because like you say, the Bible, like certain stories contradict other stories. Like they'll say, blessed in this one story, like he was blessed by such and such. And then they'll tell the same exact story in another book, but it'll be like he was cursed. Or it'll say God did it, then it'll say the devil did it. I'm looking like this book got too many contradictions. And then as I got older, I started studying Islamic monothesis, and then that didn't sit right with me. And right now, I just listen every night to either this show or Thinker's show. And there's a bunch of shows on TikTok that make you think and want to ask questions. And a lot of people don't want to question things.
I'm honored to be on that list with Thinker. But Dion, what is it you find yourself believing most now?
To be honest, you're going to think I'm a jerk, but I believe we all in hell and don't know it. And we want to be somewhere else, but this can't be a nice place. Why would he send us down here with an enemy? The world ain't ours. We don't have dominion over really nothing but our mouths. And it's like everybody had their own opinion. And assumptions to get you nowhere.
Why would you believe that this hell exists regardless?
Not hell as in fire and brimstone, hell as in the manifestation of the mind. Most people right now are in dark places mentally, spiritually, financially, emotionally. We going through the ringer, we like it or not. It looks like we guilty by association. Half the things that's going on, did nobody sign up for this? No one asked to be here. I don't remember signing no contract to come down here. I don't want to blame my parents. I don't want to blame God. I'm like, what the fuck is this going on? Oh, sorry for cursing. And I don't want to be like simulation theory. Like, this can't be real. But I really feel everything.
Well, what sounds more likely to you? That metaphorical hell, or that none of that exists, and this is just people making this life as bad as possible. This is just
because when you think about the book of Job, right, God be a hellified joker, because the things he authorized will break a normal person's spirit. They say you can't do nothing without permission, so you got to go through God to get permission to do anything to any of us. That's what they say.
So, why do you think it's more likely that there's a God that's we're all in hell now, instead of that the world is just the way it is and people are making it worse? Like, instead of making it worse.
Well, from personal experience, when I was beat into I was like injured and I ended up in a coma, and I had a little out-of-body experience. I didn't want to be here. I prayed to go to the other side. I just keep waking up in this situation, So I'm like, it's like something's got to be bigger than us. That's just on my opinion. It just can't in this situation. It's like it can't.
Why do you feel like there should be something bigger than us?
It don't feel that way to you. You just feel like we just here.
That's my assumption, but I'm more curious on why you feel like there is something bigger.
I guess because when I was injured and ended up in that coma, I just was going through all these dream stages and having all these, dreams, I guess, illusions, and I just felt like something guided me back here. Like I don't want to be here in the first place, but I'm here, and I feel like this is a prison planet. And what did I do to deserve this? I just feel like I just didn't appear, but it could have been just my mother and father didn't care, and I just popped up out of nowhere.
Could it also be just the fact that these things are happening for no reason other than people doing shitty things?
It's like chance.
Shitty.
Like these ain't just coincidences and just chances. It's like you don't feel like this place is staged.
I don't think it's chance, but I don't think that it's chance, but I don't think that it's staged either. I think usually Thrayle doesn't like to say his positions, and I understand why. It's a very it's an understandable reason why he doesn't. But the way I see it is that whenever I look around, I see evidence. Thrayle doesn't. It's a world that exists where people are trying to do, just trying to live their life, and you have others who are just out to do whatever they want to do. And sometimes that comes in conflict with people who are just trying to live their life.
In my 46 years of being on planet Earth, I'd have been on both sides of the fence. I tried to be the good guy. I said, fuck it, let me be the bad guy for a minute. And it just don't seem like any of us are in control of what's really truly going on. And these things can't be a coincidence. Now, I'm not giving the glory to God or to Jesus or to any other books, but it still seemed bigger than us, bigger than me. Because I would have given
What
up a long time ago.
what exactly do you feel you're not in control of that something else is?
I'm not in control of the air I breathe.
Yeah.
Control of the air I breathe. I'm not in control of my heartbeat. I'm not in control of my bowel movements. I'm not in control of my own life. Now, I make a few decisions.
To be honest, if you eat specific things, that will control what your bowel movements do, right?
I don't control it. It just happens like clockwork. Like my heartbeat.
If you don't eat, you're not gonna shit.
Well, I'm always eating.
Okay.
I've
So
gone
you're
moments
shitting
where
too.
I don't eat. I've gone moments where I haven't eaten and I don't shit.
Wow.
Thank you. I thought I put it quite simply.
I think the point is that what Noctis and Hammer are saying is that you can control some aspects of, those
Yes,
things.
I agree with that. We control
but I think you're saying that there are things you can't control. There are things out of your control.
Yes.
And the question is, why would you assume then that something else controls those things?
Thank you.
Those things.
Just suppression or something. I don't feel like I'm in control of my happiness, my moods anymore. But that's just probably an imbalance of the food and the things I've been putting them suppression. Probably. I just wanted to come up stage and let y'all, give y'all some support. I love the show. I listen to it like every other night. I done came up a few times by accident, but this time like I'm woke. Let me talk to these people.
Well, I appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. I would wonder if you can question more the assumption that something else controls those things, or if there are things that aren't being controlled at all. And if there are things that aren't being controlled at all, then why would we assume control over those things that kind of seem it? You know what I mean? Those kind of coincidental things that.
Like it seems staged. It's like really this just happened. Like the hurricane. This just happened. Like the hurricanes or the places burning down. Those 4 buildings catching on fire in like China somewhere. God, but it seems like something's behind us. Or
sometimes things might be, sometimes things might not be, and I would wonder, why would we assume that the things that that we don't know have an explanation that we can give it, like God or like government or like, whatever it is that we decide to throw in that explanation. Why do we assume that because the thing seems convenient, then it must have been orchestrated? But that's where I would question, based on listening to you, Dion. I appreciate you, though. I
All
really
right.
do. Thank you for coming up and answering
I'll
questions.
be back soon.
I hope so. You take care and keep asking questions.
I will do.
W's
Take
for
care,
Dion
love.
in the chat. Let's see who else we have in the queue who might really be there and not be a ghost. And if you do believe in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and You can question your beliefs. Well, then go ahead and prove you wrong. I just want to know if you can question it. Well, then, what is it? And why do you believe it? Do you believe it?
Be wrong.
Absolutely.
Let you in on a little fun fact. Sure, I think we're all wrong.
Sometimes Hammy more than others.
Exactly.
Hammy, don't take that.
Only when he declares someone else is wrong. That's usually when he's most likely.
No, I'm fine with being wrong because of the fact that it gives me the opportunity to learn something new. So I tend to be wrong a lot of the time.
What if you're wrong that you don't exist, though?
Give me a second, I got a customer.
You mean if you're wrong about existing? Like...
I remember in past, Sammy said that he does not exist, or does not believe that he exists. What if he was wrong about that?
Hammy believes he exists. I think. I don't remember him saying he doesn't.
I actually, so...
Are you solipsist?
No, well...
Closet solipsist? Your brain is in a jar in a closet.
No, I'm an absurdist, so I believe that I do exist. I can't exist. I can't prove 100% without I also hold the position that even if I didn't exist and nothing around me is real, that in order to have fruitful conversation, I have to I have to go about as if it does, because it's the only way I can get any kind of data points. Because regardless if I exist or not, the world around me is still here, and I've got to be able to exist. Because regardless if I exist.
Hey,
Hi,
cat father.
Father.
Did you mean to request up?
Oh, sorry. No.
I didn't think so. Okay, we'll set you back down. Don't worry. Appreciate you, though, as always. We do have...
Sorry.
Though, as maybe they're still there. And if not, well then, we'll just need somebody with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that to go ahead and request on up. Or Ali is here. Hello, Ali. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Are you with us, Ali? Did you mean to request up?
Hi, God bless you.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Brother.
Ali, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you. God bless you.
I just asked you your age.
Yeah, I am 26.
And you have a belief in a god. Which god is that?
Yeah, I believe in Lord Jesus.
You believe in Jesus. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yeah, I know Jesus about 1 year ago. I'm sorry if my English not good. Okay, because I live in Iraq. Yeah, not good.
I do. You said you You believe
Yeah,
in
I didn't
Jesus
know
and you live
anything.
in Iraq.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about Jesus because I was Muslim. I think Jesus, he is Isa, and he is a prophet in Quran. But I thank God, God has a plan for me. And when I was Muslim, I always ask 3 questions: why God didn't love us, why we didn't have a guarantee in eternal life, because any Muslim he think God didn't love him. And when I ask a Muslim, where are you go when you die? Answer me, I don't know. And when we pray, the pray not from heart, the heart far from God in Islam, okay, only perfection. But I thank God. When I study in university, my father bought mobile phone to me and create Facebook page and added friends randomly. I thank God because I had brother Christian from Egypt in Facebook pray to Jesus. So the pray from heart, this is attracted me. And when the brother pray said in the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit, one God, Amen. I didn't what this mean, yeah, but I looking for this in Google. I know the Father God, Son of Father Lord Jesus, and Holy Spirit, Holy of God. And
How do you know this?
what?
You said you know.
How?
So how do you know?
By Google. I search this by Google and read Bible. This is written in
Okay.
John.
Have you
Yeah.
looked at other sources, or is it just one?
What?
He said it's in the book of John, the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah. And I listen to brother when speak about Jesus said God is love and love your enemies. This has attracted me because I looking for love. Yeah. And also,
I hear, Ali, before you keep going with your testimony, I have questions. I'm not really here for the sermon or the testimony. I want to ask questions and see if you can question your beliefs. And listening to you talk, I hear you in this newly found faith. I read the Bible on the internet after Googling.
Yeah.
I don't understand though. Before I get into more of the what's and the whys, I've got to ask, Ali, can you question your belief, your current belief? It sounds like you were able to question, but can you question your belief in Jesus?
Yeah.
What would that mean, to question your belief in Jesus? Your belief in Jesus.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus.
I mean, to question
You
it.
ask me.
Do you know what
I
it
don't
means?
know.
Do you know what
I
it
don't know.
means? I
Because
understand.
I learned English about 3 months ago.
You're doing very well.
About 3 months ago. Yeah, I thank God. Brother, I can speak little. I read John 3:16. That God, yeah, John 3:16. That God loved the world so much, He gave His only Son, not to perish, but gave eternal life. Yeah, and eternal life. So
That God so loved the world, He gave His only Son, makes you question. That made you question Islam. Is that what you mean? Do you?
Yeah.
Do you
I
worry,
listen to you.
Ali? Do you worry that you are?
No, I'm not.
I didn't get to finish the question.
Okay.
Do you worry about leaving Islam?
Yeah.
Is it dangerous? Question. Do you worry? Is it dangerous for you?
Yeah. Now I live in South Iraq and all my family persecute me because my faith in Jesus. You know, here in Iraq, Sharia and low apostasy. Yeah, so this is very difficult.
Do you leave room for the possibility, Ali, that you could be wrong?
What, brother, again?
Is it possible that you
Yeah.
could be wrong about Jesus?
Yeah.
Is it possible the Bible could be wrong?
Yeah, brother. I'm sorry because listening is not good in English. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Can
but
the Bible be wrong?
Bible the wrong? No.
You don't think the Bible can be wrong at all?
No. Bible not be wrong.
Ali,
Islam
can
be
the
wrong.
Quran be wrong? Can the Quran be
Yeah.
wrong?
Yeah. Much.
Why is
in Quran.
it the Quran can be wrong, but the Bible cannot?
Because I read in many verse in Quran. Okay, it didn't give you idea for Allah is good. Okay, yeah. For example, Surah Al-Ghashiyah 22. Allah said to Muhammad, I didn't control about people. Yeah, Allah didn't control and people. Okay, so this is very, Allah is vengeful. Yeah, no love. He is torment. I didn't think this is God. Yeah.
So because the God in the Quran can be vengeful, then
Yeah.
you don't think that's a good God?
Yeah. Because I always ask why God didn't love us.
If the Bible says that the God is not just vengeful but jealous, and that his name is jealous, and that he creates evil, is that true to you? Is that a good God?
Bible said, I no longer your service, but you might be love. In John 15:15.
It says what?
What? In
You
John
said it was
15,
John
15.
15:15. It says what?
I no longer call you service, but you might be love.
I no longer call you slaves, because a master doesn't confide in his slaves. Now you are my friends.
Yeah.
Since I have told you everything the Father told me.
Yeah. This is right, brother. This is right, brother.
So Jesus
I'm sorry.
tells the people he's talking to.
Yeah.
So you see that Jesus says that he no longer calls them slaves. Does that mean God changes?
Yeah.
So God used to be vengeful, used to be angry, used to be jealous, and now he just no longer calls people slaves.
Yeah.
Have you read Revelation? Ali, you've gone off the app. We couldn't hear you. Have you read Revelation?
Yeah.
Is that still a loving God, gentle God?
Yeah. I thank God, brother, because in Bible we are members in same body. Okay, we are in love. Everyone believe in Jesus. Give him a new heart, a new spirit. This is in Ezekiel 26:36. Okay, I
I
read.
think we're gonna struggle here, Thrayle.
Yeah, I don't think we're actually getting responses to questions. I think we're kind of going all over the place, Holly. I also don't know that it sounds like you can question this belief. It sounds like you have a dogmatic certainty. You said the Bible can't be wrong, nothing in it can be wrong. I would ask how you could determine that, and what language do you read the Bible in? What translation?
I am sorry, brother, if you didn't understand me because yeah, and for this life.
I just have one question. Well, two questions. You said that God teaches love, right?
Yeah.
What about Luke 14, verse 26?
What is said?
Luke 14:26 says, and this is Jesus speaking, he says, whoever comes to me.
Give me 1 minute, please, because I didn't have Bible book. I will read this in Google.
Okay. For those of y'all who are in the chat who want to know the verse, it says, whoever comes to me and does not hate father, mother, wife, and children, brother and sister, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple.
Luke 14, verse what?
Verse 26.
This is meaning, okay, same verse in Matthew 19:29. Okay, this is meaning, okay, if everyone believe in Jesus Christ and family persecute him, okay, so this is, but I don't know why I say this hate. I read hate his family. I don't know, because I didn't read Bible. Yeah, I didn't read Bible because I read some verse in Bible, not all Bible.
So with this verse
Just to
saying
clarify,
hate, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, just to clarify, the Bible cannot be wrong was your statement earlier, but you haven't read the whole Bible, Ali. How can you declare that a book can't be wrong if you have never even read the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother, because I didn't read Bible all. Okay, I read some verse, but maybe he wrong in Bible.
Interesting. If things in the Bible can be wrong, then why would you believe the whole story? Why believe in the Jesus and the God if even their words can be either given wrong, transmitted wrong, translated wrong, or just not
If
seen out with this?
If I find wrong in Bible, I will not believe. I, yeah, because nothing is right. You understand me?
I think so. I think, Ali, it sounds like you have some reading to do. I would recommend, if you are going to adopt this faith, especially at the risk you do, I would definitely suggest reading it. Although I cannot understand why, in some circumstances, having something to call a belief might be better than not if you face judgment or persecution for the absence of the belief. But even then, I think it might be important to be true to yourself and ask the questions.
Yeah, brother. You are good, brother.
I appreciate you, Ali. I do. I appreciate you coming up here, giving us something different to question
Yeah,
and different to think about. I think we're going to move forward, but maybe another time we'll have more questions, and who knows, you might have different answers. But I would recommend reading your book from beginning to end, and then who knows, maybe you'll come back and convince us of something, or give us something to question. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking to debate or argue. I'm not here to burgle your gods. I just want to know if you can question. Well, then, what is that belief? And why do you believe it? Hello, JSEP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, yeah, I'm 31.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything
I'll be honest with you, like I don't really believe in God.
Why not?
I don't have a reason to, if I'm being honest with you. I kind of just live life, respecting people, just like living life. That's all I do.
So you don't believe in a god. Do you believe there are no gods, or do you just have a sort of apathy about the idea?
Not really. But my mom's a Christian, and I respect her. Like, if she wants to believe in something, I'll let her believe in it, and that's it.
But you don't believe in Jesus or the Bible?
Not really. I mean, the Bible was created 300 years after Christ, but that's not the point. Touched by God. But again, like, someone's a Catholic, someone's Muslim, or whatever the case is. I mean, that's on them. Who am I to say what to believe on?
Well, I'm not asking you about other people's beliefs. We're asking about yours, so...
Yeah, I don't have anything. Just living or die. I just hope if I live, I can leave a legacy or leave any good teachings and just like, at least like not mess with people's, life or I'm not sure if I can curse here, but like I guess like not to fuck with anyone. I'm just, live happy.
JSEP.
Yeah.
What do you think might convince you that there is a God?
I mean, all I can say is you can try, but like, I don't know. What do you think could convince me?
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just curious if you've ever thought about it.
Not really. Kind of don't really care for it.
I see. Why did you request up on a live about questioning beliefs?
I don't know. It's 2:12 where I'm at right now. I'm bored. My wife's asleep. My son's asleep.
Well, I appreciate you, Jason. I hope you I hope you enjoy listening, but I'd like to question someone who does have a belief that they can question. And I'm not even hearing you question the apathy about belief, which is fine if that's, it's par for the course, I guess. If
That's what you're into.
if you're into the apathy, that's fine. Go for it. But we do have Radiance Bliss joining us. Radiance, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh,
Did
can
you mean to
anyone hear
request
me?
that?
Sorry, I only have a little bit more time 'cause I'm at work.
Uh-oh. Can I get your age?
I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do. I do have a belief in God. I'm actually a Christian, but in true, I follow God. So sometimes there's things in Christianity that is against God's word, and so that's why I say I follow God.
So you follow God even though some things in Christianity might be against God's word. What,
Yes, I said
where's
some
God's word? Where do you get that?
in the Bible,
I see. So
which is God's word. Yeah,
have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I have. And you know who teaches me? God.
God teaches you.
Yes, I have the Holy Spirit, which was left over when Jesus Christ died on the cross.
Holy Spirit is leftovers when Jesus unalived.
Yes.
So
Or
Jesus
sorry, I'm sorry,
leftovers.
unalived. I'm sorry for TikTok. I forgot we can't say stuff like that.
So Jesus leftovers help teach you how to read the Bible.
The Holy Spirit is part of God, which helps us. Well, it's not leftovers. The Holy Spirit is part of God, which
is
connect and helps us walk with Him. If that makes sense, you know?
Not really, but I was curious about you reading the Bible. Do you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
I do. Actually, the other day I was reading the book of Acts, and I was like, huh. There was King Harold, which is actually true if you look in historical
You mean
documents.
Herod?
Herod, you know what I'm talking about. So obviously you do. Anyway, I'm saying this quickly because I have to go soon, but not to be rude or anything. But you have a lot of patience. I love that, by the way. I just want to put that out there. But anyway,
I do have patience, but I was asking a question, and it was
no,
about
I
you
was just
taking things literal and true. So you do take it all to be literal and true. And I wanted to ask another question after that.
yeah. Let me just finish real quick. So I was reading the book of Acts,
Yeah,
and King Harold, it says that King Herod, he captured Peter, and then he unalived James, which was one of the disciples. And then the angel released Peter, and then he got angry. He unalived the guards, and then he also did like a little.
Radiance.
No, you gotta let me finish.
I don't have to let you finish, though, because it doesn't
But
sound like you're actually answering my question, because my
no,
question was
listen.
already answered, and I
If
had
you
another question I wanted to ask, and you just want to preach at me. I'm not interested in being preached at. I'm interested in questioning believers who can question their beliefs, not preachers in a hurry. So when you have more time and you can question your beliefs, you can request backup. But I'm not here to just listen. I'm here to question and then listen and then question again. Hello, user. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
62.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
Can you get away from the TV in the background? Sorry.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, which God is it you believe in?
I believe in God, the only creator of human and humanity.
The only creator of humans and humanity.
Yes.
So, Marduk, is that the one you're talking about? The one
I
who slew Tiamat, the dragon, and made the world from her
I believe
bones and then formed humanity?
in a way, well, not in a way, I believe they are all interconnected. So I believe in Allah. I believe in God as a Christian thought thinker, not as a Christian Paul thinker. I contradict the New Testament in my mind in many ways. So
Do you believe in Jesus?
I believe he was a man that was given a gift of the wisdom of God and a mission, as we all in life have a mission to be good humans.
Interesting. So you think he was given the wisdom of God and a mission?
Correct.
Why do you think he was a man given the wisdom of God?
To how, let me say it in new terms, office terms, is to dumb it down. Dumb it down to the masses to try to convince something that is innate, ornate within us to be more man-made and more manly and more controlled.
If that's the case, yeah, if that's the case, then why can it be interpreted differently, and why is it cryptic?
Because there's two sides to every story.
To this
Yes,
story.
there are 45,000 denominations, of which there should
Right.
only be one. If you're asking me as a believer in one God.
So if there are two sides to every story, and yet
Yes.
there's 45,000 different denominations,
Correct.
and likely different interpretations amongst the members of each of those denominations, that could count in the millions, then
Which is quite confusing, isn't it, when you bring multiple? Yeah.
if it seems to be that basically anybody who reads the book gets their own idea of what God is, then why would you believe that there is this one God at all, if it just seems to be up to the interpretation of the reader?
Because
And thank you, Shell, for the Night Star.
well, okay, one more time. Let's repeat that question.
But basically, why would you believe that there even is a single God if basically people can just interpret the character from the book any way they want?
Well, human nature is to try to identify and find comfort in things that we don't understand. So when we wake up in the morning in a time frame where there's not a whole lot of communication, way back at 2,000, 3,000 years ago, the sun is available, right? You look up in the sun, the pagans, thank you for the warmth, thank you for the sun. It's an appreciation and an intention. And when you can connect to that, a higher source, whether you consider God a man, an entity, a chemistry, whatever, an essence, which is Holy Spirit, which is what I believe is what we all have in our hearts. And it was people wanting. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing why you would believe there is a single God.
Oh,
you said
okay.
There is some
because only
Holy
to have
Spirit thing, but
well, it's a single God. The message of God is the essence.
Which message?
The wisdom of being human, being a good human. That's it.
The wisdom of being a good human according to who?
According to the natural laws of people with consciousness.
What are natural laws?
Natural laws are waking up, breathing, engaging in communicating, engaging in life with others, working. You have your normal human tasks.
Living at work. So these are being good. This is what being good is.
Well, it's because we're slaves to the world. I know we talked about this slave thing. I get this, but
I'm
yeah,
so lost.
are you really?
I'm still not. Yeah, I'm not hearing how any of this connects us to
one God.
understanding that there is one God. What I'm hearing is that, you know, people do people things, and if we want to do people things with other peoples, then we do people things that we like doing, that they like doing. I'm not hearing where God is in any of that.
God. Okay, God is, I feel him in my heart. I mean, but that's my being absorbing what I've learned. I've read Quran, I read Jewish Bible, and I've also read the newer version of the Bible.
The Action Bible, the one that's like a comic book.
Yes, exactly. It's terrible.
It's absolutely terrible.
Okay,
Combines
so
books and makes up its
and
own
leaves that.
interpretation.
Please let me share something with you if you don't mind.
I really like to get back to why you think that there is even a God at all.
I think more so because of consistency. I think it has to there. I think human nature was in order to try to determine a governmental and societal structure, because we are all different, and especially these days, there's too many of us with too many different ideas. So I look up to God as a source of reference, because I do believe that the words are of a wisdom of sort beyond, because it could be an alien. It could be, I mean, when you look at architecture back in the day, those things were just not humanly, it doesn't seem humanly possible.
Can you tell me what is not humanly possible about making up a story like the Bible?
Oh, totally humanly possible to make up a story of the Bible. I don't believe the stories of the new, I mean, I don't believe the narrative of the New Testament at all. I look towards the Old
What
Testament.
about the Old Testament? Do you believe the narrative of that?
I believe that narrative, I've learned through my readings that it's more governmental and territorial rather than human. So it's more like like the conflicts of brother to brother. If you look at, you know, the Cain and Abel, it's or the Joseph being thrown in the well. You know, if you look at any of those stories, it's always brother against brother. There's something where it's the woman's fault, but yet we don't bring any of the women into the New Testament. So so yes, it was a government guided along with a religion to help bring them together, you know.
So if these are government books
Yes.
and mythologies,
Yes.
then where is the God? Why do you believe in a God at all?
Because for me, the Testament is, I probably, in my personal life, I have been in several situations where breathing may not have been an option, you know, where I could be dead and I'm still here. And I was put into a relationship with a gentleman for 23 years who all of a sudden turned into a mega Christian, which forced me into a position, not forced, but to reintroduce myself to this idea and why this concept has consumed the world. So yes, I believe there is an essence of a source out there that we are connected to. I don't know what that is, but for some reason, when I seek that intention and ask, whether it's asking the universe, I very often will get the response I need, which has proven me truths in the lies of the Bible. By reading all three of these concepts and and taking the Odins and taking the Allahs and taking the Isas and the Yahwehs and putting them all into one package and saying, stop calling them all many different things. You don't need 45,000 or different denominations. If you know, come in and be whole together. You don't have to worship. You don't, I mean,
Are you Unitarian?
am I definitely, you could tell that, right?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I mean, are you Unitarian Universalist?
Oh, well, I guess if you wanted, no, I'm not a member of anything. I'm raised Greek Orthodox. Peter is my main dude. He's the guy I focus on because he's the one who knew Jesus. I mean, if you want to go story for story, I can go story for story with these guys hands down. Okay, they criticized Peter when he was that main dude. Okay, and that was Paul's way of pushing that whole brethren out of the picture. So I believe the brethren, the apostles, were the branch of the territory in Israel, where where this was how Palestine.
I'm sorry. I'm not. What I'm trying to find out is
sure.
why. Right. I'm trying to understand why you believe there's a God at all. And so far.
Because I'll tell you why. Because of my own insecurities. That because I'm battling the fact that the world is the way it is because of religion, and I'm battling because of the dehumanizing of our governments. So yeah, I don't know what else to tell you, but yeah, that belief that I'm able to get information into my heart and into my mind, whether I believe that it's a higher, like a God.
Information. You're able
Yes.
to get information into your heart.
Yes.
And into your mind. What does that mean? You just mean you can read things, you can study things.
And balance out take multiple stories that are related because
and make connections.
Yes. And
so you're saying because you can see some correlation between the narrative of one story and another. I could find the correlation between Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, and so then therefore, then they're the same story, and they're telling me the same God, and then therefore that God they're telling me of exists.
They're trying to tell you that, but that's all. But that final decision is yours, right? Right? They all tell the same story in a different context.
Oh, how have you determined that this isn't just?
By the way, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how do you determine that this isn't just the fact that this is a literary technique?
Oh, it is a literary. I do believe that, but for me to navigate now the rest of my life after a brutal divorce of a man that's in a mega white supremacist church right now, I am not that at all. Okay, the fact that this has culminated our lives, my life, my living, breathing life here. I feel it. We live hell here on earth, and the Christians these days live to die because heaven is beyond death. I see the message of Jesus on the cross is not the man that was brutally killed, because that was humans being brutal. What I see was the message of, okay, Jesus says I followed God's word, and then he rose, or whatever, that he ascended, which was the promise that people when they die.
User?
Yes.
User, what question do you think you're answering right now?
What question do I think I'm answering right now? It's the hope question, I think.
No, as in what question did I?
Would you like to refresh me? quickly, and I'll get back on topic.
Yeah, I was asking you, how have you differentiated with the story within the Bible to be true or whatever, and the fact that they're just not literary techniques?
I don't. Okay. Did I say that I believe the Bible to be true, or that the
You
stories
said
are?
that you believe that all these stories are interconnected and telling the same story. And I'm wondering how have you differentiated between that being true and it's not just literary techniques.
I would say that when you go to the like a Quran version of the stories of the apostles and how the Quran talks about them. When I followed the geography of where these individuals were supposedly at during the times of war and conflict, the road to Damascus is a huge story for me that I'd love to tell you guys sometime, because that one blows my mind, because it's the most insane reason to follow Paul's narrative. But anyway, it is literary. It is literature designed to confuse and to just memorize. I mean, it's memorization to these people, and they believe that if they spew it, it's truth. But it's so I'm
So if
go ahead.
if these stories all use the same literary techniques,
Yes.
such as the hero's journey and all that
Yes.
other stuff,
Okay.
then what makes you think that they're nothing? Why aren't these just stories then?
Well, have you ever played the telephone game when you were a child?
Mm-hmm.
By the
You think
time
that these stories are similar enough that they could be like a telephone game of each other or of some other greater story? Is that
Yes.
what you're trying to say?
In a way, yeah, I think so.
You said earlier
Mhm.
that you recognized that humans make up stories to fill the gaps.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Why would these not just be the stories that become common, that fill up the gaps? And what about them seems so similar that they must be connected?
Well, Jesus was always the center of the four gospels, so that's how they were connected.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're not talking about just the four gospels.
Oh, we're talking Bible.
You were talking about all these world religions
Okay.
somehow having an interconnectedness, right?
I don't know. I have a hard time digesting that there's so many like there's the Luthers, the Protestants, all of it's messy.
All these denominations
Yes,
of Christianity.
Yes.
But
And
what about other religions?
But you had mentioned other religions like
I have.
Odin's and Zeus and
Yes. Allah. Uh-huh.
and Allah.
Mhm.
Well, I'm sorry, Allah would still be Abrahamic God, though, right? That's
Yes.
still,
Yes, he's
it's like
Ishmael. He's
4 or 5 of it.
he's Ishmael's line and not Isaac. So I know that story too. Yes.
So just because those stories coming from the same region are connected, what makes you think that other stories with other gods and goddesses and pantheons and beastly deities, what about those seem so interconnected to this?
Well, let's see. I haven't quite ventured to the north to deal with the Odins and things like that. I've had 2 years to dive into, fully immerse into the three major words of God in order to understand my life for the rest of my life. Okay.
So of the Abrahamic faiths,
Yes.
you think those are interconnected, and that interconnectedness is what is God, not the Not the Hinduisms and the Norse pantheons and
No,
the Mayan
they all,
gods. And
nope, they all, to me, they're,
so have you studied all of those?
no, not yet.
So then why would you say that they all do if you don't know their stories and their personalities?
Some of the beginnings, I have touched on them as introductions to, like, understanding their main, how they view their deities and things, and I recognize it.
So how do they view the deities in the Mayan culture?
That you can't ask because I don't know for sure.
Okay, so then we couldn't connect that one.
Okay.
Can we connect any of the indigenous deities of
I
the
believe
Americas?
Cherokee.
I believe that it's the spirit of nature. That's the pagan, the original.
The pagan.
The pagan, the original.
What does pagan mean?
Well, pagan basically means like pagan in its raw definition just means like rural person, or it doesn't mean a religion. It turned into that because of how they woke up appreciating the value of the sun, appreciating the value of the moon, appreciating the value of the water coming from the sky to raise their food, to bring medicine, to bring whatever came. They appreciated their surroundings and their environment. And that, if you want to believe that is God, that's what I get. God gave.
So is that to you? Just everything is God. Then anybody believes in a God, then that God is the same God as your God because you said so, and it feels like they're connected, and you've got a long thing to say about it.
I would never say that anybody has to have a belief in God or that my God has. I've never said the God that I think towards should be the God for everybody. I've never thought.
No, you're saying that everybody else's God is the same God that is your God.
I think that if they knew more about it, they might see that would be I would say a better scenario.
A better scenario.
to believe.
So that they all believe the same thing. So
well, not believe.
Do the same thing.
No.
You do.
No, nobody said that either. Nobody knows what I do. I can tell you what I'm saying, but you don't know what I do to walk the steps of what I say. So I can't control that. Nobody can. Even God can't. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. So, but when you're struggling to compete with a world that does believe that they should all be in the same hangar, hanging themselves on words that aren't necessarily true, then I have to compete with that. So basically right now,
why do you have to compete with that?
Because it's do you feel you have a purpose? I mean, you have definitely a purpose here to be on this podcast. I'm so glad I found you. I appreciate this opportunity so much. I hope you know that. So I just want to be able to say that I never thought in my lifetime I'd be defending a fiber of my being. So maybe perhaps my God is a fiber inside me, like the vagus nerve. Okay, I'm going to call God my vagus nerve.
Are you saying that for you, there's something that you've got to call God, and that thing is so important to you that you feel on the back foot, you feel in defensive mode?
I am, in a way, only because I delve for some truth in this mystery and this overpowering, what I call cultish, that cultish glow that it makes me physically sick to walk into those churches. I'm not kidding. I will go outside and vomit because it's so spiritually and so humanly gross to me. So
what part about churches makes you feel spiritually sick?
I enjoy going to my Greek Orthodox church because it's filled with sight, sound, music, and just an all around community appreciation. But I like small churches, and I like churches that speak to the people. Like a lot of times I go to church only just to hear and see how the people are receiving certain things so that I can be out here competing. I'm not, yeah, yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because this is a battle of humanity. Because we are fighting. I mean, we as humans are fighting what others' decisions are that govern our lives.
So real quick, I'm going to pause us there.
Yes.
I'm going to pause us there for just a moment.
Yes.
I've got to thank Heather's Descent, Shannon, Hammy, Shell. Also got to thank Missy, Jace, and Hazelnut. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate all of you so much.
Great. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome from me.
Stacy.
Yes.
You're really excited and
passionate.
Kind of, well, is it passion? Is it
Self-survival? How about that? How about I need to put my heart
defensive.
and soul in that. It is a bit. Yeah. I never thought I would be this person. Honestly, I was not someone who attended regularly or did anything, and I still don't. But the only reason I go into these situations
is it possible that this is fueled by emotion, that you are just you have a feeling, of course, not that you want to be a part of one of these cogs in these machines, but that you want to have your own machine, and that you feel that your machine is better, and you've got to fight to keep it running because you can't get cogs in it.
I never thought that way. In that way, I looked at it as when the foundation of my marriage became what it was, I had nothing to stabilize me. And I just simply, every ounce of my fiber just opened up in the middle of my living room and went, what the fuck do I do now? Okay, with all of this, watching it happen, hearing it, going to see what these people hear, it's not good. Okay, I'm just saying. I watched it in front of my very eyes. I watched my husband walk right into it, and a lot of his was based on ego. He's a retired rock star who just, so it's that. I was put in a position to have to deal with something, and that's why I believe when you think back on, when you think of a purpose in your life, what you learn what you need to know to fulfill your purpose, right?
But what is their purpose? I guess that you're saying that they are individual.
Yes.
Yeah, you've stated quite a lot of times it's all individual, including the literal self-sabotage. But I wonder what that has anything to do with religion or belief. Surely you can do that without a belief.
Surely you can. I do. And I think that some people... how about talking about the chemistry of the mind at this point? A lot of us have mental health issues. And I'm not trying to get away from your question, my dear. I really am not.
No, I know. I find your mind very fascinating. You are intelligent.
I'm trying to do the best with what means. So I'm trying to tell you from a humble perspective. Like I said, this was not a choice to go out and do this, but I have literally shown up at this. Can I tell you a quick story at all? No.
I prefer that.
Okay.
We haven't. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to slow us down. We've been trying to question why it is you believe that there's a God.
All right. I don't know how.
Any of this. Well, it's so far. It's coming back to a lot of feeling. Is it
Okay.
that you were? Is it that you were raised in a society and a culture in which there's an expectation that you believe in a God and it be this
No,
one?
honestly not. Nope. My mother, being Greek Orthodox, she always said, be a good human. That's the doctrine of the Ten Commandments. It's not biblical. I mean, honestly, it's not really. It's how to be a good human, and that's what she always told me.
The Ten Commandments, or how to be a good human.
Well, she said because she pulled on something rather than 613 commandments that are throughout the Bible. The top 10 are always in everybody's face, but the top 10 are the most obvious.
Well, you
So
say they're the most obvious, but one of them, or three of them at least, are about, love me, this God, no other God.
not in the top. Well, yes,
In the
but
top 10.
but
Isn't it 3 or is it 4? I think it might even be 4 of them, or just about.
and those are also
It's 3 of them at least, because it's the Sabbath, it's the love the Lord your God, and
no
I think there's at least one other. Yeah, no idols.
no idols. Correct. Yeah, I agree with that.
So, because he's jealous.
Well, no, I don't believe he's jealous. I don't believe
He calls
he's
himself jealous. He says,
Well,
He says,
Lord.
I am the Lord your God, who has delivered you from Egypt. Thou shalt have no other gods before me, for I am a jealous God. My very name is jealous.
Okay, that's fine. But why was
Isn't-
leaving Egypt the basis for him to saying, I'm your God and you're going to trust me? But then he left Ishmael with the promise, you too, my son, will have a huge kingdom. Then why would he leave Ishmael in the east and then let Isaac take off to the west? Anybody?
How does that have anything to do with whether or not he's jealous?
It doesn't, because she's trying to tie more story threads to keep threading the weave of the tapestry that keeps her confused enough to not question the belief and just hold on to something.
Isn't he essentially admitting to the existence of other gods?
Yes.
Thou shalt not worship other gods before me.
Correct. That's right.
Central God.
Feeding the
No.
tapestry king.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to believe that I'm a seamstress, because I'm not, I'm terrible. But I am trying to connect. You got this, right? To connect the dots both on an emotional and intellectual level. In order to, I am a challenger, and I will walk into a church and create a situation. Okay. I am not down with with the idea that one God controls us. I'm trying to use the word God as the way to filter through the already convinced minds. It's going to be impossible to break through that when so many minds are captured and hearts. So
Why are you, stop.
Yes.
Why are you so worried about capturing minds and hearts or breaking through, and instead of just
Because the
speaking
world,
plainly and being understood? We haven't had a straight answer to a single question since you've been up here. And I think at this point, I feel like we're not going to.
wow, I really kind of contradict that. I believe I've said what I feel, and I've not said that everyone has to. Yeah, so if you want to say that the feelings are a god, that's fine. I have no qualms of what you want to call it. I just use the words that are
It's not
common.
about what I want to call it. I'm trying to understand it. And instead of helping us without actually directly answering any questions. So I think at this point, Stacy, while I appreciate you coming up here and answering as many questions as you did in the way you did, I think we're going to move on to a new guest. Maybe another time you can come up and we might have more questions. And who knows, you might have different answers or more direct ones at least. But I appreciate you. Keep asking questions. And we do have more people in queue. If you do have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning that belief, go ahead and request on up. We are not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question. I think this was the next one. Hello, Debbie, are you still with us?
Are you there, Debbie 22? Are you there, Debbie? It's me, Hammy.
We'll set her back down. That's all right. Let's see who else we've got. I do not know who's been the longest now.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe it.
Well, kinda.
Hello.
Hello, Ethan. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do. And I have to say, I love your voice. I really do.
Appreciate it. And which God is it you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I have faith in him, and I do have, or at least I need to be in a better relationship with him.
So, if you haven't read it from beginning to end, do you believe the stories in it to be true that you have heard of?
A lot of them, yes. There has been there's been attempts and deceptions within it, of course. And there's people that are very educated in the Bible that I trust, and a lot of my family have steered me on the right path of being educated with it. In terms of my own research and reading of the Bible, this is something I need to be more involved in.
So you're saying that you trust other people?
Absolutely. There's certain people that I'm not 100% trustworthy with. In terms of being fully educated in my beliefs and faith, there is people that I do trust, that I believe are truly of Christ.
I'm sorry, you believe people that you trust are truly of Christ, which you learn about more from those people than you do from the book.
I think that there's people on this earth that are trying to pull people towards Jesus Christ and his teachings and beliefs, and I think this is important. And I think that there's people.
Why is it important that people are pulled towards this?
Oh, I would love to tell you about it.
Actually, Ethan, rather than do that, I was asking you about your belief in the book and why you hadn't read the book. And you're saying that you basically just trust other people at it. Do you believe the stories in it to be true? I think was another question I asked.
I'm sure there's some that I haven't heard of, and yes, there is a lot of them. Most of them that I've heard that I believe are true, and a lot of them are in terms of God's power and stories and of the past and the history. It's some of it is beyond my comprehension, and a lot of it is faith. And in terms of anything crazy, no, there's nothing I haven't believed in terms of the stories I've heard that are truly in the Bible and truly I've been told that have happened. And in terms of me not reading the Bible, this is my own laziness and something I need to work in, and I have no excuse for.
That's fine, Ethan. So So if there are errors or contradictions or problems within the text, that would that in any way alter your belief in the Bible or the message of it?
If there was, I'm sorry, what about the text would make my views different?
It's actually kind of a better question, is what about the text might make your views different, but the way I worded it was, there were errors or flaws within the text. Would that change the way you believe?
I don't believe that to be true.
I don't think you understand what an if question means. Like, it's not.
If, sure.
Mm-hmm. So if there were errors or flaws within the text, would that change the way that you believe?
If this is a better way to phrase it, if the true text had contradictions and flaws, yes.
Sure. If I don't know why you would use the word true to qualify that. I think you mean original.
Yes.
Okay. Is there access to those original texts? You mean like the Hebrew?
Yes.
So if we had access to the Hebrew, and it said in the Hebrew that, for instance, that the order of creation in one chapter was different than the order of creation in the next chapter, if it did that as though they were two different stories, would that qualify as that kind of contradiction if it did it in Hebrew?
Sure.
Interesting. Have you ever studied Genesis in Hebrew?
I've studied some of Genesis.
I see. In Hebrew?
Yes.
Genesis 1 and 2, particularly.
Wow.
If it says in Genesis 1 that plants came before animals, came before people, and then in Genesis 2 it said that a man came before the plants, and then animals came, and then the woman. If it was in that order, kind of mixed up, would that be that kind of contradiction that might cause you to question your belief?
I don't believe so. I believe the reason being is because in Genesis, I believe when everything was formed, and then animals came, and then Adam and Eve came, and then man and women were created for a purpose. I believe this isn't necessarily a contradiction.
I'm sorry, what's not a contradiction?
Why would it be a contradiction if God wanted things in a certain order?
Right, when it says that the plants were on day 3, and then the animals on day 5, and then man and woman on day 6.
I see.
And then in the next chapter it says before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes plants, and then he makes animals, and then he makes a woman.
So you're telling me that in Genesis there's a contradiction at the very beginning in terms of the order of creation?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see it, but I would be welcome to.
We just basically described it. Have you read Genesis 2 recently?
Not recently.
Do you have a Bible handy?
I do not at the moment, but I'm willing to listen.
Hey, I have a Bible app ready.
Nice. What's your translation, Ethan?
Yeah, because I can any translation.
We could.
Whatever y'all like. I mean, in terms of, I understand which one y'all are more than likely going to pick, and that's fine.
Which one are we more
do you
than
think
likely
I'm
going to pick?
Take a guess.
Why would I take a guess at what I'm going to pick?
Well, which one do you have at the moment?
Which one do you... We're trying to get you to guess which one I'm using at the moment.
Silly game.
Let me see.
Why are we playing silly games?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's a great question.
But which verse, Thrayle?
Well, you could start at 2.5.
2.5. All right.
A lot of people
So
like the KJV, but you could use the NRSVUE. You could use the
NIV.
Yeah, if you want NLT. I'd go with the NRSVUE, probably.
Oh, that's the one I have. That's the one I have up and ready. So at verse 5 it says, "When no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no vegetation of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was no one to till the ground. But a stream would rise from the earth, and water the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being."
Cool. So that would be, there are no plants because A and B, there's no water, there's no humans. And then he goes, well, he makes A, the water, the stream, and then B, the man. So there were no plants because this and that. Then he does this and that. So man comes first, then plants.
I see.
Into 18 and 19, it presents that it is not good for man to be alone. I shall make him a helper. And then from the ground the Lord God makes all the beasts of the field and the fowl of the air. So, and he goes on to name them.
If I may, can I ask you a question? What do you believe in?
And what I believe doesn't matter.
Why not?
Well, what we're doing here is questioning the beliefs of everyone who comes up.
Sure.
See if they
I'm just curious. You don't have to
beliefs.
answer. I was just curious if you would answer.
I do swap the banner from time to time to question the questioner, and then during those times I'll answer.
No worries. Okay. If I may, do you believe evil exists subjectively, your view of evil, and if you believe it does exist within the world or within people?
Yeah, I didn't swap the banner to question the questioner.
Okay, I'll leave it alone. I guess I can't ask questions. No
Do
worries.
you believe that there is an objective evil and good?
Absolutely.
What does that mean? Objective.
Oh, you said objectively. I see. I thought you said subjective.
Okay, yeah. That's why I thought it was interesting. So you don't believe in objective evil?
Explain it. What is your version of objective evil?
I don't have one.
You don't have one, okay. No worries.
Okay, then. So, did you have a...
What is your subjective view of evil?
Wait,
Ethan?
are you gonna answer every question with a question?
No, he's
I'm
basically
not trying
running
to.
from the Genesis questions. So I'm curious if you have a response to that, or is that something that you'll have to
No, I'll look
a
into it.
response?
I'm not completely disregarding it.
What questions does that cause for you to see Genesis 2 stating that, the plants come before the man?
It just questions it doesn't question my faith necessarily. It just questions my faith in terms of trying to be closer and being more educated in the Bible.
Do you think that it's possible that there are flaws or errors within the text?
It's possible. It's possible. I just have yet to see it. And you explaining it could be possible, but a lot of people, I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying I would have to see it myself in terms of looking into it and seeing what flaws that are there. Because there's a lot of people that take things out of context. I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying in terms of people in other platforms and things of this nature that are diverting and trying to exploit the Bible and for whatever reason. And this happens quite a bit.
Do you think people try to exploit the Bible?
Yes, out of context.
Out of context. You think that's what I'm doing with these questions?
Potentially.
I see. What is the context of Genesis 1 and 2?
That's the thing. I feel as if I need to look right now, actually, if that's the case.
If it's the beginning of the book, and it's telling you God creates light and firmament and plants, and then sun and moon, and then animals, and then man and woman. And then in the next chapter, it says that before there were plants, he makes a man, and then he makes the plants, and then he makes the animals, and then he makes a woman. Does it not seem like we're getting two different stories? Whether one is true or not, can they both be?
It just depends on the way he's describing on what he's saying. I'm reading it at the moment. Actually, I just found one I had to pick up. I forgot I had it. It's been so long. It's actually awesome that you're mentioning this. It's something I need to actually be more involved in. So I appreciate that.
Is it possible, Ethan, that there are hundreds, if not thousands, more contradictions like this throughout the text?
If I'm uneducated, there's going to be a lot of questionings and doubts I'll have, yes.
If there are all of these potential contradictions that could lead to questioning and doubts, why would you accept the text before studying, before questioning?
I'll tell you why. I truly think the number one killer of faith is doubt. And when you have doubt through things of this nature, this is something I need to educate myself to have no doubt, to then have stronger faith. If that makes sense. Because it is truly, no matter what faith you have in something, you have to have faith in something. And you have experience to have this faith. If you have any doubt in something, it kills faith.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, unallows.
Why do you think you have to have faith?
I think without faith in Christ, there's truly no purpose. And there's a lot.
Strange. Why would you think that there's no purpose without faith in this one particular God? Are you saying nobody in the world who is absolutely from Christ has purpose?
No, I think everyone has purpose through Christ, whether they know it or not. The people that don't acknowledge Christ is giving them the purpose, then most of the time viewed hedonistic, satanic.
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry.
What about people who never heard of Christ?
These people are exempt to the point that they will come across Christ at some point. He understands that there's certain.
You're saying nobody in this world who hasn't heard of Christ will unalive without hearing of him.
Yes, Christ will come to those
hear of him.
Yes, they will have that decision. Yes.
How do you know this?
Because Christ is all loving and all perfect. He will not let those people.
Why do you come to this certainty?
This certainty is there because Christ is all loving and all knowing through.
I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you about the way other people are thinking.
Right.
a negative way.
If they don't have it to begin with, they're not going to question anything in terms of that, because there's nothing,
No,
there's no
they'll
faith. There's no
they'll
faith
question it.
to question it other than themselves, because more than likely that's what they believe in. And in terms of something else, it's possible, but the number one thing that is attacked is Christ in terms of spirituality. I hate to say it, but it's the truth.
I mean, many things can be questioned. Those who don't believe will question and be like, why? Right? They may question other things like, how did the world start? That's why we have science.
Yes. Questions
Science
and
in
doubts are
itself
different.
is
Ethan.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but science is literally questioning everything around you, working out hypotheses and theories. So there are many people who don't have a faith and do that. What I'm trying to say is that regardless of faith, I don't see it as a bad thing. So why do you?
Oh, he said because it's the enemy of faith.
In terms of, there's a difference between questioning certain things and doubting certain things in terms of your faith. Questioning certain things about your faith is actually not such a bad thing, especially when you're an atheist. You should question the purpose of reality, the purpose of sexuality, the purpose of life itself, and what we're really doing and what brings our life purpose. These are not such bad things.
Ethan,
Can bring us.
stop for a second. You don't need a whole speech every time. Your answers been concise enough there.
Well, thank you.
Go ahead, Hammy.
And I want to know, like you said, especially for atheists. Why do you think it's special for atheists to do that?
Well, especially for atheists, because at some point, you have to question. I believe people even do, in terms of what we're really doing and what makes us truly happy. And at some point within the world, what's up?
Do you think that it's especially good for atheists to do because you think they will come to Christ that way?
Absolutely.
Do you think that atheists just haven't heard the word of Christ before?
There is a lot of them that might have, yes. And I understand a lot of them will still question that or not question it at all and try and avoid it.
So, what about those? Oh, go ahead.
If your God is not real, was not real, would that matter to you? Or would you still feel that the faith that you hold is important enough that it should not be questioned?
It's not a matter if. The reality is Christ is being attacked for a reason.
So
Christ
the reality
is real.
is that I just asked you a different kind of question.
But that's a hypothetical, isn't it?
Yes, that's called a hypothetical. Do you know how to respond to hypotheticals?
Yes, but the reality
Asked you how to think.
Sure.
Instead of pulling out a prepared answer, you might want to stop and think for a moment.
Okay. I mean, if I base my whole life off of Jesus Christ and I truly think I'll be in heaven with him, even heaven or not, as long as I'm with him, and that is my heaven in terms of being with him, and he's not, I mean, heaven or not, I'm okay with that. He truly has helped my life.
Okay.
And he truly.
I think you're about to ask the same question I'm about to ask Lucas.
No, go for
him.
Question. Okay, what did you mean by that atheists should especially question the sexuality aspect?
Well, you have to ask yourself, what is the purpose of sexuality, Hammy?
What does the word purpose mean in this sentence?
Well, what does purpose mean? What's the intention? What is the intention of humans?
I mean, I think the solipsist argument is a pretty strong view. I have a lengthy response to the solipsist argument. So, I mean, in a large part because the solipsist argument assumes physicalism. So you have to unpack what solipsism actually means, and you also
How does
have to.
solipsism assume physicalism? Actually, I almost don't want to know. No.
No, okay. Well, I can explain really quick.
Because I don't. I don't
Okay.
think you're here to question beliefs. I think you're here to explain things and sound explanatory.
My explanatory power.
I don't hear you questioning or challenging your assumptions.
Wait, but I'm here to be challenged. What do you mean? I'm on the pedestal. I'm here. Ask questions. You just said you did not want me to convey a solipsist argument. I just said this is the most, or one of the largest responses to idealism. And you just said I don't want to hear it. So it sounds like you're actually not willing to question. Sorry, I'm just being facetious, but
yeah, starting to border on disrespectful.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you understand where I'm coming from, right? I mean,
it's because you like to speak at length and say very little. That's why I stopped you. Because you want to speak about philosophy.
Well, I like philosophy. It's really sorry.
Through my notes to get my syllogisms to just do yes or no questions. But that's only if you would like me to.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm here to be proved wrong.
You're here to be proved wrong. Is not why we're doing this.
Well, I would like.
That's not
I would
why
like.
we're doing this.
I think that idealism is falsifiable, so that's why I'm here. The question. I think if you ask the right questions, then we can get to the meat and potatoes.
The meat and potatoes of your solipsistic God.
Well, do you want to talk about solipsism? I mean, we can.
I mean, isn't that what idealism basically is? Is your God as a solipsist instead of you?
Yeah. I think that the biggest problem that when people incite solipsism is that the solipsist argument is the claim that, you only know your individual mind, and how can you prove anything else? And my form of idealism, namely analytic idealism, as proposed by Bernardo Kastrup, which comes from, I mean, if you read Schopenhauer, Kant, blah, 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 blah,
See
it
what
essentially...
I mean?
Okay.
At length.
Sorry, okay, yeah, alright, whatever. Do you not, I mean, I can... Do you not want me to give the context? Do you want me to give words to what I'm
No,
meaning?
it's more that this is giving debate Philbro vibes, and that's you've been around long enough to know that that's not what we do.
I mean,
no, he thinks
it's literally, can you question your beliefs? So if that is not what you're trying to do, then I should probably
it's a
leave.
debate still.
No, wait. I mean,
Look, Chase,
how could it
if you
not
want
be
to do
debate?
debates, you can follow me, right? But that's not what this is about. This is about questioning your belief, not imposing it upon others or saying, "Oh, this is just the way that it is," without actually questioning it, right? You're not looking at the counters.
It's like when we ask questions, you're looking for a position rather than...
I think the problem is, okay, can I give you my perspective?
I'd really rather we just move on to a guest who can question their
Okay, before I leave,
but maybe,
my
Chase,
perspective
another
is that-
time. Yeah, I don't do exit speeches.
I'm sorry,
I did enjoy Missy, though.
Idealism is like my least favorite. It makes.
I could question it all day long if he could communicate without going down the, like, 3 words. Now let me give you a history lesson about this little thing about philosophy, and then this thing, and let's get off in the weeds over here, and then back to 3 more words about the thing that he was talking about. But now we're lost, because why did we do this whole circuitous 5-minute tangent about, who wrote what paper when? Just be more direct, and we could actually communicate. He says you're not actually questioning beliefs. Yes, Chase, we are. You didn't bring anything. You bring Filbro arguments, not actual beliefs. There were beliefs there we could have questioned, but you were guarding them behind language. And some kind of intellectual superiority complex, I'm sure. Let me just armchair pontificate about what's wrong with your brain as you scream in caps in my chat. Good job.
I still just want an answer to my question of why he doesn't accept the precept. I just wanted an answer.
He can try again here in a bit, but I think he should cool down, take a breath, and maybe see if what we're doing is a little different than what he expected. But I think he just wants to argue. Hello, Yehi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
That is snoring.
Oh, we might have a sleeper.
My heater was so loud I couldn't hear the background noise. My bad.
Sleep well.
Let's see. Who's been waiting longer?
I may have to drop by and help my partner with cooking. Is that
Understandable.
But thank you for having me up, Thrayle. I'm sorry for getting a little sassy. I love you all.
Oh, you never have to be sorry for that. Thank you,
It was a
Take care.
Appreciate you.
Bye, Missy.
Now, there's one less intimidating questioner on the panel. Because we're so intimidating up here. Actually, I think Noctis was the scariest of all of us. Let's see. What was the question you wanted answered, Missy?
The question I wanted answers was, why not accept the presupposition that we can trust our sense data to a certain extent, since it has more explanatory power?
And it would be more explanatory power than assuming that we can't trust it.
Correct. Since we can verify things, that's where my contention would be. If we have in order to have empiricism, we have to have physicalism. You don't really get around it unless you just are claiming total solipsism, in which case it seems to simply be I can't know anything, so I won't know anything.
Darth Nerder asks, more explanatory than what?
Then idealism.
Mm-hmm. did say he was using parsimony to get to idealism. I would have liked to ask about that, but I didn't feel that I was being heard. But who knows, maybe that was just me. Maybe it's my problem.
And I am even hold to like traditional view, so I think I would have had great questions if he could answer them.
Oh, Nerder says that it has the same explanatory power, the presupposition that we can trust some of our sense data would have the same as idealism.
That's a claim.
That is a claim. I wonder how either of you quantified these, the explanatory power. Did you make a spreadsheet?
Spreadsheet. No, and do you mind asking again? My memory got fuzzy.
I was just asking how either you or Nerder would have quantified the explanatory power of idealism or the acceptance of some sense data.
Yeah, so this is where I would hold to my, not like, I hold to a monistic view, but I also leave room for the mind. So, because I leave room for the mind, and the physical, I can explain or have more evidence for the physical.
More evidence where?
Empirically.
By having any, the evidence that you would have to use your sense data to then.
The problem with idealism is why would we expect to have consistent, like multiple different individuals experiencing and measuring the same data? I think that we would have a problem there because when it comes to mind states, we would go into the difference between a state and whether or not that can exist without a mind.
He says the same problem as with physicalism. I'm sorry, he chased this time.
Yes, I see. I see.
Let's keep going and see if there is a believer to question in the queue. I'm going to go ahead and clear some of the ones that have been there for a while. You may have been ghosts, you may not have been. If you did mean to request again. It just helps me to know who really meant to be up here. And we are at 100. Y'all are amazing. If we all tap the screen a little more, maybe even share out the live repost, you might be able to bring somebody in here who can question their beliefs. Hello, Catfather. You meant to be here this time.
Yes, I actually did. I'm sorry about before. It was an accident.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I know I've questioned you once before, but
No, I
I'm
haven't
gonna.
been up here before.
You haven't been up here?
No, just in the chat.
I thought you had. So, well, then I guess we've got to start from the top. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 35.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I gotta disappoint you. I'm sorry. I'm an atheist, and so are my cats.
And so are your cats.
Yeah.
And why don't you believe in a god?
I haven't seen any real evidence that any god exists. And I was a Christian actually for 25 years of my life. So.
And what kind of evidence would you expect to see?
Like scientific or like some actual evidence, you know. But I also, you know, try to pray to Jesus many times, and even recently, even though I've been an atheist for 10 years, I've tried, and there's nothing. Yeah, so I was a believer for 25 years, and I just lost my faith eventually. My parents are Christian, but yeah.
So you've tried believing, you've tried praying, and
yeah.
You don't come up with any reason to believe. You think scientific evidence might convince you?
Yeah, it could, maybe. I don't know that there is no God, but I just don't believe it. And I kind of started to resent religion. I'm like the opposite of my father, who is now becoming a pastor. He's twice my age, and I'm like, I still love him, but I hate religion and irrational beliefs. So,
if you did have the evidence in front of you to believe in a god, would you worship it?
That depends. If it was the Christian God, I don't think I would worship it.
What kind of God would you want to worship?
That's a very good question, Thrayle, as always. What kind of God? I would worship someone who is like really loving and a parent. I'm sorry about my English. I'm from Norway, but yeah.
You're doing fine.
Thank you. If he really showed himself and showed he cared and stuff, but I don't see that anywhere. So yeah, maybe I could worship it. Mm-hmm.
What would?
Hmm?
Nope, I had a question and I lost it.
Okay.
What would worshipping a god like that change about your life?
What would change? I mean, it would alter my view of reality completely. I mean, right now I don't think there's any reason to think there's a God. Although I'm not saying 100%, but if it was, it would change everything, I think. about my life and how I see reality and our universe and stuff. Yeah.
Would God have to exist for the God to be meaningful?
Yes, absolutely.
Interesting. So for any God to exist, for any God to be meaningful, it would have to exist.
Yeah, for me it would, because like 10 years ago, I really wanted to believe still in the Christian God. I grew up with it and kind of was indoctrinated and stuff. But you know, the new atheist movement on YouTube and stuff, debates, was very popular that time, and I wanted to do apologetics and read Christian on YouTube and stuff. I read, them. I couldn't stop lying to myself, man. So yeah, it would have to exist for me. Otherwise, I would just. It's like lying to myself.
I think I understand. So
yeah,
for you, there's no meaning in God without it existing. But if I would ask you it slightly differently, if I were to say, does Santa Claus have to exist for Santa Claus to be meaningful?
yeah, I remember that question. I've heard you ask that to people. That's interesting. And I guess it's subjective because, like, my father, for example, he's very Christian. He's 100% sure of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit and stuff. And for him, it's very real, So yeah, in a way, and I don't think they exist, this God. So that way, yeah, maybe it doesn't have to for some people to exist. Yeah.
Well, I thought I had a question. I keep losing them. It's harder to question non-believers.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. I just want to come up and maybe stay on the panel if you let me. And I just want to say I love this live. I've been listening for 2-3 weeks every day, but usually I'm at work, so I just listen and can't participate. So today it's Sunday, and I just want to come up and say, hey, Thrayle, and hey, guys. So, yeah.
I appreciate you coming up, Cat Father.
I love the way you... I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I appreciate you coming up and answering questions. I think you're doing great. I'm kind of halfway in the last conversation and still and wondering, well, I guess
I love the way you question, man, and I love your rationality. So it's just fascinating, this, so many different beliefs and stuff, It's very interesting.
Well, I appreciate you. Yeah,
you too.
We go all over the place here.
Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of which, I think we might have another believer.
Yeah.
Someone I've spoken to before, I think, but I forget. Hello, Vels. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Yeah, I'm over.
Can you tell me by how much?
Oh, by much. I'm 51.
51. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Right. So,
do you have a belief?
I'm Jewish, so I do have this Jewish faith.
Have we spoken?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've listened to you a couple of times, so I mean, your voice is in my head, but I don't think I've ever spoken to you directly. No.
Okay. And have you read all of your scriptures? I imagine
I
there are
think
more than I would remember to list.
yeah, like probably not the whole Tanakh, but like a lot of it, and some I did study Talmud with rabbis for a bit. Right. So, but actually, I mean, if you don't mind, I wanted to present like a logical argument, and not so for the existence of God, but for existence of something that is of some reality that is non-natural.
Well, that doesn't sound quite what I would be.
I wanted to
Existence that is not natural. I'd be asking you about your God, and you know,
sure.
if you believe it's there, and why you believe it's there, and if you can question whether your belief is accurate or true or representative of reality or not.
Right. So I do have a lot of questions that I'm struggling to still to find answers to. I do believe, I would even say that I'm sure that there is something beyond the physical reality. That's, again, that was the argument I wanted to present, but we may get to it later, or may not get to it at all. So that was my question from some point in my life, because I was born and raised atheist in Soviet Union, and you know, I didn't really care about gods or whatever religion. I always laughed at people who believe in such things. But I always loved science. I always loved to explore things. Like I started being interested in computers and math from the early age.
Sorry, I just want to know.
Sure.
About your belief in a God. So you've said you're Jewish, but you were raised atheist.
Yes.
Are you Jewish by heritage, or are you converted? I know that's
no. I was born Jewish, but my mom and dad are Jewish. So yeah. But again, since I was born in the Soviet Union, there wasn't really an option.
Do you believe in Adonai, the God of your
I
faith?
believe, yes. So the way it's presented in the Torah is that's something with a name and personality, basically, right? And I believe that there is something higher than us. And in terms of the way the Torah is presenting it, there are multiple layers. So one layer is a story layer, right? Is something that you would read as when it's translated to another language. That's the layer that you would get, right? You would just get the stories. But at the same time, the way I came to understanding it and actually taking it seriously is when I started studying Kabbalah. I did understood the other layer, that there is another layer, or actually multiple layers to it, where it's actually can be understood as a cosmic code that is presented as a story in a lot of deeper layers that are not
cosmic code,
that are more mathematical and story,
with
verse and every word,
and that hidden code somehow reveals some true, otherwise unknowable nature of reality, or
yes.
is it?
Yes, that's very well put. Yeah,
and it must be that. It can't be anything else that.
What do you mean by
appears
anything
a
else?
pattern, or I don't know. I'm just curious how you get to this one result.
By having a lot of evidence of it, finding a lot of evidence for it.
There's evidence. There's evidence that there's patterns of some kind of.
Not so patterns. No. I'm not saying like that you can find like every third letter and all this stuff. No, this is actually, most of it is bullshit. But it's actually the understanding that, like on the basic level, the Hebrew alphabet is actually a number system, right? Or of the base 22. No, actually, of the base